Hello. It's Thursday. That day when there's always sucro. Citation needed. Hello, Sucro. She is peeking. Welcome to Final Fantasy XIV. It's a video game where there's a cat in it, and it's me, Sucro. Last time on Final Fantasy XIV, yesterday, we completed Pandemonium, which I did first because it was the teaser at the end of 6.0, so it seemed reasonable. Now we move into 6.x. Well, I mean, we were kind of in there already. I don't think Viera Sucro and Cecil Sucro are real. Have I ever shown that on stream? Let me show you all something interesting. First of all, I have to be quick on the draw. It's around here somewhere. There we go. Quick on the draw to make Sucro wear clothing. I don't know why this I guess it defaults to small clothes so that you can see your character better, which is fair. But so what I'm showing you on stream is not either of the specific curses, but the simple fact that if you change Sucro's hair color, she doesn't look like the same character anymore instantly. Highlights, not so much, but who the heck is this? Oh, this hair highlights interestingly, actually. I never looked at that. What's the other island hair highlight? Ooh. Also interesting. Who the heck is this? That ain't Sucro. Get out of here. Yeah, there was kind of a squirrel-like highlight. I don't know who you're talking about. I assume someone who is not Tifa rather than someone actually being Notifa. But I could be wrong. Yeah. Those ponytails highlight interestingly. So at least there's that. I'm assuming Notifa is not actually their name. I see. But yeah. And in case you wanted to see Viera's Sucro, I have that somewhere. Viera's Sucro is not real and cannot hurt you. It's surprising kind of how close you can get, but also it's uncanny. Anyway. Moving right along. 6.1. Moving into 6.x main story. Pandemonium, parts of it took place during 6.x in terms of content updates, but not in terms of the Sucro timeline or whatever. Newfound adventure begins in Revenant's Toll, in the Rising Stones, where we last saw the rest of the Scions. Since then, Sucro has messed around on an island and solved the problem that crosses time and space a little bit, sort of accidentally. I don't remember why Sucro knew that Pandemonium was a thing she needed to solve. But it happens. Oh god, I always get turned around here. Right, it's just here, isn't it? And yeah, she's also helped out a bunch of different people. Yeah, all that... Oh right, the Lalafell called me for help. There's all this adventure just lying around, as you put it. We're gonna find it. I guess this means I'm officially entering into 6.x main story with this job and this outfit, which I think works. I still like this outfit a lot. We're healer now. That's just how it is. Cardia. What's up, Tataru? Hey, you can't name the first job. You can't name the first quest the patch name. You can't do that. That's scary. I think I noticed this before, but that's scary. Also, you're gonna give me an outfit that I'm not gonna use because I don't care much for it, honestly. Unfortunately. I might be able to use the gloves and the boots or something. I don't know. Sucro, how lovely to see you. If you're not in too much of a rush, I was about to make a pot of tea. Would you like a cup? Nod. Take a seat then, and I'll find us something to nibble on as well. I keep expecting Tataru gives you outfits to be like, you must equip the outfit to continue. Ah, Yoshi's cookie. That's just the only thing I think of when I see the cookie that is divided into squares like a trial instance. There should be a Yoshi's cookie trial instance.
It's so much quieter these days without everyone around.
Dinosaur biscuits.
I'm pining for your return, you understand?
Does Tataru support esports? Is there money to be made in doing so? Tataru sponsors esports, I think. But only like the most popular ones.
I have my sources, and I know that each and every one of you is doing well and keeping busy with your endeavors.
Yeah, I checked up on all of them.
Meanwhile, I'm left with a surplus of free time and the question of how to make the most of it.
Practicing your baking, evidently, because this is a lot of baking for, maybe you were expecting more people? I don't know.
What about you? Any plans for the immediate future?
I'm gonna go where the quests take me. A grand new adventure, of course. I'm still mulling it over, or ... Not really. I forgot to think about it.
After what you went through, I'm not surprised you need a moment to think. But if you're open to suggestions, I might have one for you.
Gasp.
You've fought bravely and selflessly, helping those in need and saving our star from unimaginable threats. For your deeds, you've been hailed as the champion of Eorzea and a host of other incredible things. But why not put those titles aside for a while? Acquit yourself as a simple adventurer again and travel the world in search of wonder.
You're right. Who knows what mysteries are still waiting to be discovered? That's a great idea, but where to start? Or ... Eh? Huh? Eh? Oh yeah, I did do that. I did make that thing. Right. I forgot that I made that. Thank you for reminding me. I don't remember what I called it. Oh no. List. There it is. The Emmett Selk bucket list. That's what I called it. Remember that one time when Emmett Selk gave us a list of things to do? We now have it in list form. Also, this is no longer the correct Sucro hairstyle, but that's fine. Emmett Selk's bucket list for you. We have to see the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty. We have to go to the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of Blindfrost and Northrid's North. We have to visit the fabled golden cities of the New World. We have to witness the sacred sites of the forgotten people of the South Sea Isles. We have to go to Maris City of the Southern Continent and learn all of its present state of affairs. We have to learn the true identities of the 12, and we have to be surprised by some of the civilizations and their reflections. Emmett Selk got Sucro's hair wrong because that was her hair at the last time that Emmett Selk was aware of where she was, I guess. But yeah. I think Sucro is probably thinking about this list of things right now. It's a pretty good idea, but I don't know where to start.
Oh, with so many exciting places to choose from, it's hard to narrow it down. But I believe I have the perfect destination in mind.
The list small and pin it below Calico? Well, the thing is, it'd be unreadable. Like, this is not readable. Thank you for petting Calico. I can bring this up anytime one of these is checked off, which probably won't happen too often, honestly. I know one of these is going to be checked off after 6.1. One of these is going to be Dawn Trail at least. We'll find out. It's a fun thing to keep in mind. Gasp!
Thavnair. That's where you should go next.
I've already been there.
I doubt you were able to squeeze in a proper tour of Radzat the last time you were there. What with the burning skies and rampaging monsters and so forth. And I'm sure Ritra would be pleased to see you.
That was a funny Sucro face and also a funny Tataru face, by the way.
Then there's the bounty itself. The Empire's presence in the region was
Wait,
always
what was
a
that?
deterrent to exploration. So if you've a mind to sail that sea, now's your chance.
Did somebody say the bounty? By any chance? The bounty, huh?
Just think of all the new experiences you could have.
Tataru, are you Emmett Selk? Somehow. Sucro is thinking about that. Oh,
Tell
she...
me, have you been to the ruins
Oh.
beneath the waters of the Bounty?
Okay, she literally is thinking about this. That's funny. Also, this is a very funny freeze frame of Emmett. Right here. This feels like a freeze frame of Emmett where there would be a word balloon off to the side that would have a funny text in it as meme. This is meme image. Halfway done.
As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much.
Okay, this recollection is also funny because it's paraphrased in a way that makes it sound like Sucro only remembers the first thing on the list. Sucro, please.
Oh, I know that look. That's an adventurer ready to take on the world.
That's a cat. Nod.
In anticipation of an occasion like this, I was planning to gift you a new set of traveling clothes, but it's still a work in progress. Shouldn't
I'm not
take
gonna
much
wear
longer
it.
now, though, so sit tight and I'll have the last few bits sewn up before you can finish another cup of tea.
Make sure it has pockets, or you're the best, Tataru. I appreciate the thought. I've already got my traveling clothes, though. But, sure. Whoa, they animated weaving in that much detail?
Stitch in here and trim in there. Knot the threads with love and care.
And they made Totaro sing. Okay. There's a sheep
Just a
on the
little more to
weaving
go.
device.
I'm sure you're still brimming with excitement.
I don't see anything over there, but I guess it's gonna magically appear when you're done.
I am one with the needle. See how the fabric surrenders to my whims.
Okay, Totaro. Totaro said trololololo at some
I'll
point.
make sure the lining has plenty of pockets for all your little treasures.
Sucro fall asleep.
I swear adventurers are worse than children when it comes to hoarding every feather and leaf and animal hide they come across.
It's not my fault, it just gets magnetized into my pockets. I don't know how that happens. I need help. Sucro fall asleep too.
Oh, we mustn't forget the waterproofing. Gods forbid you forget to disrobe before plunging into the sea, or a river, or a piping hot bath.
Sucro fall asleep and dream of hell. What the heck? Meanwhile, in the void, maybe? This looks like the void. This looks like some void shenanigans. Hello, a void scent looking type person. Possibly.
And thus I am returned.
Whomst? I have guesses as to whomst, but I shouldn't know. Oh! We get a title card! Oh! Clapping, applause. That's new. Found adventure. We get a title card, do we? I choose to interpret. Oh, hello. I choose to interpret the state of that cookie as during that entire process, Sucro ate half of one cookie and then fell asleep. Sucro stretch. She also drank tea.
My apologies. I do get a little carried away with my sewing.
Well, as long as there aren't like 50 belts on the boots again. You got a bit carried away with that too.
You seem awfully cheerful. Pleasant dream?
Nope.
Or are you just looking forward to the next chapter of your grand saga?
I had a dream about hell. I think.
Either way, I promise
It was really
to provide you
purple.
with new apparel, and so I shall. If you'll accompany me to the Diamond Forge, we can put the finishing touches on your outfit. Shall we?
Alrighty then. Huh. That is a good question. I don't think we've been to any Asian chambers. No. They're making a bigger deal out of this Totaro outfit than usual. Observe as the artiste refines her piece into a masterpiece. And no napping this time. I only need a moment, you'll see. Sucro falls asleep instantly. A little more room in the shoulders, open up the cuffs, a final adjustment to the hem. All done. Let's see how it looks on the mannequin. Well, what do you think? Doesn't it just scream ready for a bold new adventure? I could use the boots and the gloves, but I don't like the rest of it too much. Sucro apparently is going to clap in order to make Tataru believe that she's done good. You've outdone yourself, Tataru, thank you. Or, so what do I owe you? There's no options for disliking Tataru's clothing. It's just a personal preference, Tataru, it's nothing personal. Do I owe you something for this? Oh, don't be silly, your approval is payment enough. If you really want to thank me, though, all I ask is that you wear this on your travels. I'm not gonna do that. Or at least anywhere lots of adventurers might gather. They'll look at you, a famous hero, and wonder wherever did she purchase those stylish yet practical garments. And before you know it, hordes of new customers will be climbing over each other to place orders at Tataru Taru's boutique. Shrug. I can hear it now, the merry clink clink of gill overflowing from my coffers. Sweet music to my ears. Tataru, that's already happening for like a number of reasons. So, like, this tunic's okay. Okay, there's no included pants, apparently. If we, well, okay, fine. But, even this is a bit low cut for me and my weirdness. I don't know what's practical about the glove situation, exactly. I don't know what's practical about no pants being included. Boots are nice though, I guess. There's a knife if you want an extra knife. There's an earring. The earring's nice. Maybe this isn't quite as bad as I remember it, but I'm probably not gonna use it. Tataru, how many times do I have to tell you I wear pants? I don't think you get it. But yeah, my personal preferences for outfits are covering as much skin as possible, so, you know. Burgeoning merchant empires aside, you must be excited to start a fresh chapter of your life. New places to go, new people to meet. I often wonder how you remember all your experiences and exploits without taking at least a few notes. Oh, maybe you should start doing just that. You'll never know when some odd past detail might become relevant, or if one day you'll take a blow to the head and forget the better part of the past decade. Something to keep in mind in any case. The Unending Codex. So here's a question for you all. How much of this do I read as I acquire it? All of it, you say. Well, alright. Tataru Taru, scion of the Seventh Dawn, the Coin Keeper. Though publicly known as the organization's receptionist, Tataru also serves as the Scion's Coin Keeper, a role she executes with an enthusiastic cunning that borders on the terrifying. Are we to assume that Sucro is writing all of these notes, or what? Born to Uldan merchants, the young Tataru had everything a Lalafell could ask for, until her family lost it all to bankruptcy. Plagued by debt and still smarting from this abrupt introduction to the harsh realities of the Sultanate, she apprenticed herself to a lapidary at the age of 12, and henceforth supported the household with her meager earnings. It was during this period that she met Minfilia, a miner come to sell gems and ore, who would later recruit Tataru to oversee the Path of the Twelve's finances. Tataru, in turn, resolved to use her newfound position not only to accrue personal wealth, but also to serve others. Indeed, when the Path of the Twelve relocated to the Waking Sands and her role was expanded to include secretarial duties, she used her considerable social acumen to build relationships and increase its influence. As the organization slowly but surely grew into an association of like-minded and gifted souls, she was instrumental in seeking out potential members blessed with the Echo. After the Seventh Umbral Calamity, when the Path of the Twelve merged with the Circle of Knowing to form the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, Tataru continued her tenure as secretary and coin keeper combined. When the political situation in Ul'dah drove the Scions from their headquarters for a time, she journeyed with Alphino and the Warrior of Light to Ishgard. Also, that's a really paraphrased statement about what happened there. That they might regroup and rebuild the organization. Later, she accompanied a contingent of Scions to the Far East, where she established ties with the East Aldernard Trading Company's Kugane branch in order to fund local anti-imperial resistance efforts, one of her many laudable ventures on the Scions' behalf. Privately, Tataru has long regretted her inability to assist her comrades in martial endeavors, and thus sought to train as an arcanist. Alas, these efforts met with misfortune, including the escape of her carbuncle companion, and so she has since resolved to provide financial support through trades such as mining and weaving. In so doing, she's become something of a master artisan, going so far as to establish her own boutique in Old Charlian, yet she always manages to find the time to fashion new outfits for her Scion friends when they stand poised upon the threshold of journeys new. And that's Tataru. This is a lot of reading to do. To be fair, to be honest, to be one of those. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn. This secret society was the product of a merger between... calling it a merger is very silly. Between the Circle of Knowing, led by Louis-Sois Leveilleur, and the Path of the Twelve, led by Minfilia Ward, following the Seventh Umbral Calamity. Working in it's only a bit much because I can already feel my throat hurting today, apparently. Working in concert with the leaders of Eorzea, the Scions strove to address the myriad problems that plagued the realm, be it the godlike primals, the imperialistic Garleans, or the scheming Ascians, beings who have long shaped history from the shadows. As a means to achieve its objectives, society sought out those blessed with the Echo, a mysterious power with myriad manifestations, the most notable of which was the ability to walk in the memories of others. It was for this reason they extended an invitation to the Warrior of Light. I hope that there's an entry for Sucro later that just has a picture of Sucro somehow. I have to keep pausing to, like, take drinks of water and stuff. On account of their contributions in dealing with several primals in the 14th Imperial Legion, the Science existence became public knowledge. Using their newfound reputation, Alphino Leveilleur fucked up. Wait, no, I'm not supposed to curse now. According to me. Founded the Crystal Braves, a military organization intended to pave the way for a unified Eorzea. However, the Society's activities had made it the target of a monetarist faction of Ul'dah, and an elaborate betrayal by Alphino's presumed allies resulted in the Scions being framed for the Sultana's assassination. Though branded fugitives and scattered for a time, they eventually learned of a plot within a plot that saw the monarch put into a deep slumber rather than slain, and succeeded in clearing their names. Their honor restored, the Scions went on to become key players in the liberation of Alamigo and Doma from Imperial rule, and after helping to avert the final days, they judged their mission fulfilled. So it was that they announced their disbandment, at least outwardly, and retreated from plain sight to labor in secret once more. The final days. How often do you get entries for this, by the way? I do like reading it. It is interesting to get like a refresher and see how they phrase everything. This dreadful calamity befell the star in the distant past, when it was known as Aetheris. Wait, it's not known as Aetheris anymore? This isn't Aetheris anymore? What? In that shining age, men had the power to manifest anything at will, even living beings. And through this miraculous creation magic, their civilization thrived. One day, however, following a keening sound from the land, their magics ran rampant, giving form to eldritch horrors born of fear and despair. Their blissful lives became a waking nightmare, and mankind was driven to the brink of extinction. The Convocation of 14, the people's chosen representatives, observed that the phenomenon manifested where the celestial currents, the star's outermost flow of ether, had grown weak and stagnant. In order to address this deficiency, they summoned forth the mighty Zodiarch to exert control over the laws of creation. Though this act demanded a high price, the sacrifice of half of mankind's remaining number, The vast majority willingly rendered up their lives and thus were the final days forestalled. Over the intervening millennia, this star-encompassing calamity had faded from memory, but faced with its second coming as engineered by the Telophoroi, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn embarked upon a desperate quest for the truth. At length, they discovered that an ancient named Hermes had created Medion, a being capable of traversing the great expanse to ascertain the meaning of life by seeking out other civilizations in the universe. Alas, Medion and her sisters found naught but despair, driving them to conclude life was suffering and death the sole mercy. Fleeing to the edge of existence, they became the Endsinger and proceeded to unleash the power of Dynamis, an esoteric energy set in motion by feelings, to usher all stars to their doom, that life need not continue in vain. Despite seemingly insurmountable odds, the Scions held fast to hope, and amidst darkest despair lit the way for their champion as they confronted the Endsinger at her nest. And at the end of a fierce battle, they emerged triumphant and put an end to the final days once and for all. The Unending Codex is now available under collection. Well, Bountiful Ruins. As the former receptionist and sometimes intelligence gatherer of the Scions, allow me to offer you a word of advice. Do not expect juicy rumors to simply fall into your lap. Adventurers rely on gossip, and the best places to pick up information are taverns and markets. At present, you only have a broad destination in mind. When you arrive at Thavner, I suggest you explore your options at Merid's Mayan, the finest drinking establishment in Radzet Han. Charm the employers, and they'll not only point you in the direction of the local tale-tellers, but also share with you the tricks for loosening their tongues. Now, I really must be going back to running my boutique. Enjoy the journey, Sucro, and may fair fortune find you. Nod, wave. You know what's terrible? I have too many boots. So one of the things Tataru gave me went into my inventory. Anyway. Hey, wait a minute. Can we uncover this fog on the map by now? We know it's here. They showed the extended map in the Dawn Trail stuff, and the fog was still there, so I don't know. I don't know if they're gonna... I think they're gonna leave the fog machine on. Those dang Garleans and their fog machines. Welcome to Merid's Mayan. I don't know how to say that word. Hi. Oh, hello. I did not recognize you at first. Are you here alone? Let me find you a table. Actually, I'm just looking for information. Ruins beneath the bounty. Would you be speaking of the sunken treasure vault? We have one regular, a historian in fact, who could tell you all about it. Ah, there he is, Professor Jalheen. I thought I saw him come in. Although a somewhat private sort, the professor is quick to befriend those who share his fondness for the Mayan's unique beverages. Offer him any drink from our selection, and he should happily share everything he knows about the vault you seek, and a few other odd bits besides. Whatever you buy for him is on the house, by the way. If Merid found out I took coin from Thavner's savior, she would have me scrubbing pots for a week. Okay. What's up, you? Yes? The following event cannot be skipped. Yeah, okay. And what may I do for you, my Eosian friend? I want to ask you about the sunken vault and the bounty, or, oh, just a friendly chat. How about a drink? Well, we learned... I just want to talk about something. You want something to drink first? Well, I certainly wouldn't say no to a drink freely offered. Here we are, one of Merit's finest. Enjoy. Ah, lovely. Bottoms up. Yalheen empties the cup in a single pull. That was very kind of you, miss. But I know when I'm being softened up. What is it that you want from me? Talking about ruins. Oh, chasing down that old tale, are you? It does seem to appeal to the adventurous at heart. Now, where to begin? Might I assume you've heard of Al-Zaldal? He was Han of the Ari tribe which sailed to Thabna from the mainland, and a key figure in the history of Radzatan. His decision to aid the Arkasodra is what ultimately won them the war against the Gajasura, thus allowing our predecessors to lay the foundation for this thriving city-state. The truly fascinating stories, however, concern his grandson, Al-Zadal III, who was known for his deeds as satrap in Radzatan's earlier days. Some attest that this man traveled to another world entirely and returned with glittering riches. Others that he brokered an alliance with a certain worm of the first brood. Then there is the tale of the sunken vault, the one you seem most curious about. According to this legend, Al-Zadal III claimed a small island somewhere in the middle of the bounty. There he built a structure reaching clear to the bottom of the sea, a deep and secret storehouse, and locked all his worldly wealth within. The last time it was like, hey Sukra, we've got some free time, want to do an adventure? It was also looking for a treasure vault, and that's kind of funny. In the centuries since, whenever a natural disaster or hardship befell Radzatan, folk would remember that tale of hidden treasure. Party souls would set out to claim their fortune, but precious few ever made it home. Would you like to hear more? Apologies, I have a slight tickle in... Oh, my cup appears to be empty. Belial, another round for the good professor here. Ah, I see we've reached an understanding. You're a sharp one, adventurer. Another for the professor. Oh ho ho, today was a splendid day to visit the man. The Mayhane? Yalheen gulps down his newest drink with gusto. Where were we? Yes, those who did return from seeking the treasure vault flatly refused to speak of what they saw. Did this discourage others? Nay, quite the opposite. Such a counsel may serve to feed the legend, and the golden lure grew stronger than ever before. That reminds me of something Azama was saying. Azama's a fellow connoisseur of spirituous potables. Yes, he is. Anyway, he was saying that one of his acquaintances went after the treasure himself. Hasn't been seen since he set sail, I hear, but he did have, I can say no more. You seem a generous sort. What kind of man would I be to encourage what is clearly a foolhardy quest? My word sent you to your death, I could never live with myself. I am no stranger to peril. I've dealt with worse, whatever it is. Is that so? Perhaps it's your turn to tell a tale then. What manner of dangers have you faced? You know, save the entire world like a bunch of times. The very edge of existence? From anyone else, I'd struggle to believe it, but I recognize you now. You're the hero of the final days. A drink. I need another drink to settle my nerves. Milil, more of the same, if you please. As you wish, but this one is on your coin, Professor. And then he immediately passes out and we get nothing, probably. Yalheen drains yet another cup dry. He's having a time over here. He did actually fall asleep, I think. Anyway, you being who you are, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to share a little more. This friend of Azama's, he was desperate to buy a treasure map, one which showed the way to the entrance of the vault. Seems he could only get it from a merchant. What's his name? I forget. Let's drink a toast to you, my new best friend. Leo, more drinks. Signal for water instead. I think we don't need more drinks for this guy. Wink. So winking is the signal for water. Your drink, sir. Oh, marvelous! I am parched! Yalheen gulps down the cup of water. Ah, that was water! Did you tell her to bring me water? Still, that's probably for the best. Very kind of you, really. My head will certainly thank you in the morning. I seem to have overindulged. I'm putting mind to the words of Master Jalzin. Be wary how much of the drink you swallow, lest it swallow you. Forgive me, I'll subject you to no more of these unseemly antics. If you want to speak with Azama, well, as I said, we share a taste for the Mahane's fine spirits. He probably came in as we were talking. I wish you fortune in finding your fortune. You appear to have learned all that Yalheen has to share regarding the undersea vault. To find out more, you will need to locate a man by the name of Azama. Perhaps I should find myself a new pastime. That's for the best. Good idea. The professor was able to help you, I hope. I think he needs some help now. Hey, what's up? Yes, I am Azama, and who might you be? Explaining. I'm a cat. All true, I'm afraid. My friend took a ship out in search of Alzadal's legacy, and I've been watching for his sails ever since. I tried to dissuade him, of course, but he refused to listen. All he could talk about was finding the vault. And that look in his eyes, I knew it wasn't common gold or jewels he lusted after. He was hunting Alzadal III's otherworldly hoard, and his ambition would not be denied. I see it in you too, that appetite for the mysterious and the unknown. But I'll not attempt to turn you from your path. I know too well the futility of that endeavor. So I'll tell you what my friend told me. How he convinced a merchant in the bazaar to give him the rough location of the vault's entrance. It seems this merchant, one Zashal, I believe, Zasal, is selling a map which shows the exact route, but my friend's purse was too light for its exorbitant price. With what meager wealth he had, he instead paid to learn that there are ruins on a small island somewhere in the bounty. And within those ruins hides the path to the vault deep below. If you truly intend on seeking Alzadal's treasure, I suggest you put your affairs in order. I wish things were different, but I do not believe my friend is ever coming home. Sucro has curiosity, like cats do. But she cannot be killed, as curiosity does to cats. Gasp.
Please, Ashal, please! You must let me have that treasure map!
Zashal, I was right the first time. This is you're right, this is probably the most adventure type item. I like how it's propped up in a box that could not possibly contain it without it being folded in half. It's a good way to exhibit it, I guess.
What's all this about?
Treasure map.
My mother and father were slaughtered by monsters. My baby sister, still too young to fend for herself. Can you spare us no kindness?
So, you hope to find your fortune? And what? You expect me to surrender my wares for pity's sake? What have you to offer in payment? As I thought. Come back when you've more than rags to your name.
Come back when you're a little... richer. Dang it, me. My permanently memed brain. Anyway, this guy's a jerk. Zoshal stop being a jerk challenge. Probably impossible. This is definitely a scam.
This is no mere treasure map. It is a guide to the vaults of Arzadal III, one of the great satraps of Radzat Han, and a direct descendant of Alzadal Khan.
I'll buy it for 1 gil.
A map to Alzadal's legacy?
So he says. A fake, I'd wager.
Me too.
This is no fake. The parchment is marked with an arcane glyph of passage.
You can fake
you
a
may
glyph.
find the ruins hidden in the bounty, but you won't be setting foot inside without this in your possession. A priceless artifact it is, discovered amongst the rubble in the aftermath of the final days, and lovingly restored by yours truly.
Gasp.
This map is the key to fabulous riches. And I'll be the king of fools to simply give it away. Be glad I am no such king boy. Your scrawny-eyed had never return with that treasure alive.
Hey, it's me.
Oh, cruel fate. Why must you tempt me with wealth I am powerless to claim? How I shall envy the one who purchases that precious map. Whatever they pay will be but pittance against the golden hoard they stand to uncover.
Ragged Waif is a plant by the merchant to sell the map, obviously. Okay. Schemes are occurring. Gasp? Istinian detected. We knew he was here, so that makes sense. Smirk.
What of you, sir? Fighting man of your stature would surely relish the challenge of recovering Alzadal's lost fortune.
Your spear's covered in blood and you never cleaned it, so you must do a lot of fighting.
A fortune, you say?
That's enough to buy a single hairband. Istinian would be exactly the kind of person to fall for this.
Seize that treasure. My starving sister would never want for food.
Is this plot being driven by Istinian's money problems a little bit? He's falling for it.
I'll take it. Will this cover the price?
How much are you giving, Istinian? Istinian, no! Istinian, how much gil did you just give that guy? Hey.
Well met, my friend.
How much money did you give him?
Someone is dressed for adventure.
Istinian would say this line regardless of what you're wearing, and that's probably very funny. Istinian has said this line to people wearing mascot costumes and swimsuits. And swimsuits with mascot costume heads. and anything else you can imagine. Smirk.
Why Thavner of all places? Knowing you, I suspect there's more to your plans than sightseeing and shopping. Ruins beneath the bounty. Curious. And here I've acquired a map to just such a site.
How much money did you give him, Estinian? Estinian?
With that sale, I do believe I've earned the rest of the day off. Thank you for your patronage, sir, but if you'll excuse me.
This guy,
Mind us.
this guy immediately needs to leave as soon as possible because his scam is going to be discovered in 3, 2, 1.
And now I fleece one of the heroes of the final days. Pray the sisters were looking elsewhere.
This map may or may not be genuine. Either way, we'll need a ship to find out for sure.
I thought it was supposed to be a map telling me exactly how to get there, and not just a map with a circle on it. Is the glyph the eye? There was a glyph of passage said to be here. You seem eager to be underway. I never took you for a treasure hunter. You seem pretty excited for this adventure, Mr. Grumpy Pants.
Lest you misunderstand, I seek the treasure not for myself.
Would Sucro call Estinian Mr. Grumpy Pants? Maybe.
If such a fortune truly exists, then it could help ease the struggles of those who lost their loved ones in the final days. I hope to do for Thavnir what you and Alphino did for the Alamegans when you recovered the Mad King's trove.
Okay, they're bringing up that happened. Gasp, by the way.
You know Alphino needs little encouragement when it comes to recounting the tales of your shared exploits.
You know, that's fair. Shrug. The actual shrug emote.
Speaking of precocious lads, that boy in the bazaar was clearly an accomplice of the merchant.
Oh, Estinian did figure that part out, at least.
Suppose his role was to draw the attention of the crowd and add weight to the merchant's bold claims.
Yeah, probably.
Transparent act for the most part. It was not all mummery. The need to provide for his sister rang true enough.
He did seem genuinely worried about something.
Thus, if some portion of the profits end up in that waif's pockets, then I will consider it money well spent. Whether the map leads us to the vault or not.
You know, maybe I misjudged your ability to deal with money a little bit. Maybe you learned something. Map.
You are coming along, yes?
Well, there has to be a dungeon in the patch somewhere. Naturally, shall we split the expenses? Sure. Determined. A theme of adventure begins to play. This is a new song, I think.
Now, let's see about securing a vessel.
Is this like theme of Newfound Adventure? Because I don't think I've heard this before. Okay, now how are we going to gather 2 other party members before we could venture forth? That was the sort of music that sounded like it could play when you were driving a boat in an older video game. Or like a slightly different genre of video game. An adjacent video game. You will recall I spoke of visiting Thavner at Vritra's request. Well, he finally invited me to a feast, and made his proposal once I was too full of Hannish delights to refuse. He wishes me to train the Radiant Host in lance work. But that is a tale for another time. What we need now is a merchant or a trawler with a ship fit for the open seas. Matsya is a fisherman by trade, yes? We should head to Akyali and see if he can help us. I should give Estinian more credit. He's having good ideas. I was just thinking about how he spent $1 million on a hairband or whatever. That's a good question. And also a good point. Maybe they could. They could become Vritra Dragoons, in a way. Probably. Istinian is going to invent a whole prestige class for them. When you have enough levels in Lancer, you can multi-class to, like, Vritra Dragoon. Dragoon parentheses Vritra, you know. I am hoping to hire a ship, of course, rather than buy one. My funds would not stretch quite that far. Have you learned about funding more? My friends, what brings you to our humble village? We need a boat. For treasure. So you need a seaworthy vessel to seek these ruins. Considering it was your deeds which allowed us to return to fishing, I should think everyone would be glad for a chance to repay the favor. Wait here and I will have a boat stocked and ready for you in no time at all. This kid's still around. I wonder how important this kid's gonna end up being. Have you noticed our little shadow? He's been following us since we left the city. I don't think I realized how observant Istinian is. I was just distracted by thinking about how bad with money he's been in the past, but he's actually, like, really noticing everything. If they all combine their boats, it wouldn't be the first time we've combined boats in this game. There was the whole Leviathan fight platform, also. We see you there, boy. Show yourself. Ah, it is you. Do you know how far out of our way we walked so that you'd not cross paths with some wild beast? I'm sorry, sir, but aren't you the heroes who saved Thavner? You are, I know you are. And I've gone and cheated you. I work with Zashal, you see, the map merchant. It's my job to play the pleading orphan and convince the crowd his wares are worth the price he asks. I'm ashamed of what I've done, and I beg for your forgiveness. If not for you, my sister and I would never have... Well, we'd be... Enough. I knew your game, and I paid the price willingly. A fortunate purchase, as it turns out, for my friend here was seeking those very ruins. It's me. You are kind to overlook the wrong I have done you, but there is more you need to know. The map you bought is very real, as is the island it shows. I overheard Zashal selling the information to another customer. He told the man where he needed to search about the ruins, about the vault, about everything. Then the man sailed out to find his fortune, never to return. You cannot go alone to that place. You should have more friends with you, maybe even a whole army. I do not doubt the ruins hold danger, but I assure you, between the two of us, there is little we cannot overcome. Please, I cannot bear the thought of... Istinian shrug. We can invite our comrades. We might need a hand moving the treasure. Now you've gone and made him cry. We can invite some more of our friends. That we could, and assuming we do find this treasure hoard, it may prove wise to have more hands along for the carrying. Any ideas on whom to approach? Scions have scattered far and wide since our last gathering. Well, I'm healing now, so we need a tank, so I guess we need Thancred or Graha. And then, you know, anyone else is fine. Thangrid and Urianger, Alphino and Alize, Graha, Tia, and Kryl, Y'shtola. Why is Y'shtola by herself? Urianger has been DPS Astrologian once. Okay, so maybe we need to think about like where they are for this. Like, Graha and Kryl are in Charlian. Y'shtola is in Dravania. Alphino and Alize are in Garlemald, and Thangrid and Urianger are... Where were they again? Well, we need a tank, and Kryl doesn't have combat abilities yet, so Thangrid and Urianger seems like a smart answer. How about Thangrid and Urianger? Thangrid and Urianger, eh? Oh yeah, Graha did want an adventure, but Kryl's not a fighter. Those two would answer our call, certainly, but they left the Rising Stones with a definite task in mind, and I'm loath to interrupt their self-appointed mission. That's a good point. Alphino and Alize also doing stuff. Y'shtola... If Y'shtola, like, suddenly left, Matoya'd be real mad. How about Graha and Kryl, then? They're just kinda in Charlian. Aye, Kryl may have a hands full rebuilding the students, but if you reach out to Graha, he would surely leap at the invitation. Will that set your mind at ease? Yes, if that man is as strong as you. Is he, though? Strong, I mean? Nod. What is your name, boy? Marad, sir. Well, Marad, your life is yours to live as you will. But I suggest you find a more honest trade if you truly wish to keep your sister safe. I'm not proud of what I do. But what choice do I have? We need to eat and everyone's too busy rebuilding their own lives to bother with two grubby orphans. Wait, boy. I didn't take this roundabout road just to see you end up in some creature's belly. Let me walk you back to the city gates. Thank you, sir. Call me Estinian. Estinian is going to adopt some children. Didn't I say something about how part of this game was adopting children? I think it's happening again. Estinian is... I think he is not as gruff as he makes out to be. I think he is, but he's got... That's just how he is, and he's not, like, actually mean. I shall leave you to recruit Graha. He'll appreciate the invitation that much more, I'm sure. As I recall, he was based at the Annex. Someone there ought to be able to point you in the right direction. Let us be off too, Marad. Do me a favor and don't stray from the path. Nod. Wait, I can use return for this one. Haha! I'm saving a small amount of money. I forget if I answered if Graha ever had that adventure, and I don't think he did, and I think this is going to be that. Oh, look who it is! Welcome back, Sucro. What might the students do for you? Looking for Graha, maybe Kryl. Graha? Yes, he's in the main hall with Mistress Kryl. They've been holed up in there for days. By all means, go and give them an excuse to take a break. I don't remember what they were doing in here. Other than staring at things. Howdy.
Ah, Urgica, my good man.
No. It's funny, we cut from Estinian being very observant to Graha being very not observant, though he's probably not slept in all of those days.
Would you be so kind as to...
I'm like way different from that guy. Oh, okay. Nod.
Oh, isn't this a pleasant surprise?
Did y'all not sleep at all while you were in here?
I wish you had sent word ahead.
I thought I was having visions for a moment there.
You're always telling me to sleep these days. Come on, you. What are the two of you working on? How's the restoration of the students coming along? So, what you been doing in here? For days, apparently.
Raha and I have been compiling old records of the students' activities.
Probably if you call your Warrior of Light Ojika, nothing changes, but it'd be very funny if they did account for that. Nod.
We located several accounts in the archives of Numenon and added them to the collection we recovered from the Isle of Val.
Books, huh?
And judging by the progress we've made thus far, sorting this pile will keep us occupied for days to come.
But did you take a nap?
But what
Have you been
brings
drinking
to the
water?
Annex, my friend? Surely you haven't come all this way just to watch us shuffle dusty papers around?
Have you been remembering to eat and not just Archon loaf? You're concerning me a little bit. Sukro apparently is the person to be concerned about all of this now. Anyway, ruins, treasure map, adventure.
The treasure vault of Alzadal III.
Do we need a lot of money for some reason? Well, we do to help everyone who survived the final days and all that. So yes.
And you're looking for companions to join you on this expedition.
Unfortunately, Kryl has not yet learned what the magical DPS they're adding in Dawn Trail is, so she can't come. Because I think everyone is assuming that Kryl is going
I
to
would dearly
be
love
that.
to accompany you, of course, but I'm afraid I'm committed to another task. On the subject of which I had hoped to ask for your assistance.
Graha is hyped for adventure. He's twitching. His ears and his tail are twitching.
Then again, it's not so urgent that it can't wait until you've returned. You should go, Raha. I'll stay here and mind the shop, as it were.
Are you sure? I'd hate to leave you short-handed.
Graha loves adventure.
I'm sure. Just try to be back before too many moons have passed.
I'm half expecting him to like zoom over to Sukro in one frame with like a cartoon sound effects.
Well, I guess we're off on another adventure already.
Sounds so excited. Nod.
Have you asked anyone else to come along?
Well, Estinian's gonna be there, but no one else yet.
Then might I suggest we invite your Stola?
Won't Matoya be real mad?
Ever
Yes.
since the Scions disbanded, she spent most of her time cloistered within the Great Gooble Library, hoping to piece together a method to traverse the rift.
It's way more difficult to find anything in the Great Google Library after the search engine optimization stuff started happening.
It would seem, however, that whatever wisdom she sought there was not to be found. She arrived in Sharlayan the other day. We spoke briefly before she began her search of Numenon.
Oh, so she's here.
Considering what you've told us of Alzadal's extraordinary feats, I do believe your Stola would be more than interested to hear what you have to say.
I guess she got away from Matoya then. Look, we don't want to make Matoya mad.
Splendid! Then let us head to the archives at once.
Wait, before you go. I have another potential member to volunteer, if you've room to spare. Urianger.
We need to have enough people so that any party composition can work.
For materials, you see. Treatises on the architecture of treasure vaults and the like.
Oh, that's a nice coincidence.
From what I can gather, the Loperites are looking to make improvements to their own creation and wish to learn more about how we build things down here. So, why not take Urianger with you? Let him study Alzadal's legacy firsthand.
None can deny the benefit of seeing something with your own eyes.
We are building the #1 Scion nerd squad for this adventure. Sukro included, to be clear.
If our expedition leader has no objections, I say we extend Urianger an invitation once we've spoken with Yostola.
Determined. Oh god. Her punching her hand that way does actually make the
Safe
hook on one of the
travels, you
gloves,
two.
like...
But don't forget, I'd still like your help with that other matter I mentioned.
It does actually kind of make contact with her other hand, or like go through one of the fingers or something. Sucro, no.
Right. Then it's off to the library.
I don't know what this sage hook is for, either. It's not even the hand. I was thinking, is that because of the sage auto attack? But no, that's the other hand. Nod. It's probably for guiding the Nulus, really. It's like a magic control rod kind of thing that helps you direct them or something like that. Would be my guess. Maybe you pull the hook back and it's like the safety on a gun. A reverse theremin. Maybe. We're also building the cat squad and Urianger. I've realized. What if they added a new job that had yo-yos and did tricks like that? Out of nowhere. What's up, Puddingway? Same thing as usual. Everyone loves Puddingway. I want to see Sucro do yo-yo tricks now. I bet she could. That's true, but they do fire lasers. Y'shtola fell asleep in the library. Nobody's taking proper care of themselves. Well, she wasn't that hard to find, at least. Hey. Hey, 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 hey. Poke, poke, poke. Hello and welcome. Y'shtola is sleeping in the library. Poke, poke. Tap her on the shoulder. Sucro has done this before. Like,
I've never
undoubtedly.
known Y'shtola to doze off in the middle of research before.
Shh. Don't wake her up, she'll be mad. We're just gonna wait, I guess. That seems fair. I think Sucro would probably poke her awake and then get destroyed. Ear flick.
Close my eyes for one moment.
Howdy! Y'shtola rockets into the air in surprise. The music cut off.
Ow!
Yeah. I think I saw that.
How long have you two been here?
I think I knew she gets bonked in the head. And yeah, her ears are animated.
To the stars. Under the heavens. You've no respect for the flow. What more do you want?
Destroy!
I know that at least 2 silly things happened with Y'shtola in 6.x, and I think that's the first one. I'd forgotten about it, but I think I knew she gets bonked by a book at some point. You know, we just arrived. We didn't want to wake you. Catching up on some light reading? We didn't want to wake you up. Seemed rude. Wasn't sure if it'd be more rude to wake you up or not.
Nor did I want to fall asleep.
Yeah, that's fair. Look, I know how it is.
I must have been studying for 2-3 days straight before exhaustion finally claimed me.
All you people telling me to sleep all the time and you forgot how to do it. God dang it. Also, Graha using that sitting pose is funny.
As you know, I've been researching ways to travel from the source to one of its reflections.
Yeah.
Well, looking for hints at least. I don't expect to find a simple set of instructions tucked away in some dark corner of the library.
What about a dark corner of a treasure vault?
So
Sucro
I've been skimming
says.
through the stacks, hoping to uncover
Probably.
even a partial mention of any similar feats in the past.
Now that I'm talking as Sucro more, it's becoming more and more obvious how much of a goofball she is. To me. Which is appropriate for the tone of 6.1 so far.
A means to travel between worlds exists, and you can be sure I will find a way to employ it. So I promised Runar, but 'twould seem I've set myself a nigh impossible task.
I knew Runar was part of why you were doing that. I forgot you literally promised that you would, but that makes sense.
You needn't be so hard on yourself.
It's a really difficult thing you're trying to do.
The Crystal Tower was not achieved in an afternoon. It was the culmination of a collective effort spanning generations.
Wait, why hasn't she been asking Graha more about this, considering that he did that?
Oh, you think me discouraged? I assure you, 'tis quite the opposite. A daunting challenge and the time to sink my teeth into it. I feel like a fresh-faced student again.
A scholar in her element.
No, I'm a black mage, not a scholar.
Indeed. Was there something else you wish to ask of me?
You know what else scholars really like? Ancient ruins.
Alzadal is no minor figure in Harnish history, and much is known about his family. But this is the first I've heard of a descendant surviving a trip to another world.
Yeah, they did mention that, actually. I figured that was just an exaggeration part of the rumor, but I didn't pay much mind. But yeah, they did say that.
If those tales are true, then he may have left behind some clue as to how it was accomplished.
If that part is true. That part seems it could be easily exaggerated, but okay.
An invitation to delve into one of the world's lingering mysteries. As if I could refuse.
First thing on Emmett Selt's bucket list, even. Emmett Selt, not Emmett Selt. Emmett Silt. Emmett Salt? I don't know. Well...
Akiali, by ship. But before that, we thought to extend an invitation to Uriange as well. He was in Thalmazane, last we heard.
Emmett Seltzer. That's good, too. Thalmazane. They finally said it out loud. I got it right eventually, though, I think.
Then by all means, let us recruit him, and be on our way.
Nerd Cat Hype Squad. Everyone's excited for adventure. And a nerd and a cat. And there's a scholar mammoth in the background. Who now has to deal with this book pile. Oh god. Hey, call out post for Aya when she said that there was only one or two things added to the unending codex at a time, because we just got 1, 2, 6 things added at once. Call out post jokingly. I'm kidding, but it is funny. I'm not sure how practical it is to read all 6 of these right now, but we can at least take a look at, like, a little bit of it. That's in collection. Oh wait, we got Estinian too, so we got 7 things in here. Here's an idea. How about as a way to how about we read a few entries of the codex at the start of streams or something? Very tentative idea, but we could find some point during streams, possibly the start of them, to read a few of them. The rate will acquire them for a while. I feel like since we just got 7 or like 6, and then we also got the Estinian one a bit ago, if I had to guess. We'll probably acquire them at a rate where if we read like 2 or 3 at the start of stuff, then we'll have plenty to go. This would be in addition to rabbits and robots if they are ready to go. Which they are not today. I want to see the funny message. There we go. I also want to be yeeted directly down on that axis. Hey, wasn't Thancred here? Where'd Thancred go? Where'd Thancred at? I visited Labyrinthos on several occasions recently, but I've not set foot in Damazane since the day we boarded the Ragnarok. I don't see Thancred anywhere. Was he not supposed to be traveling with Urianger? Every time I'm like... There have been like 3 times already where I've thought of something and said it out loud and then the game addresses it like in the next 10 seconds. Thancred is one of the people here who's not a cat, though.
Ah, our illustrious champion.
I'm a healer now.
Cloaked in the mantle of the common explorer, fame set aside in thy pursuit of simple adventure.
Another line said regardless of... Thancred does have a bit of cat energy. I don't know if when Urianger says cloaked in the mantle, he's referring to the outfit I'm expected to be wearing, and thus whatever outfit I'm using, or just like the manner in which I'm carrying myself, metaphorically.
I am told a new expedition is in the offing.
Everyone seems so much happier so far in this part of the story too. Wasn't Thancred here? What happened to him?
He left to attend to some personal errand, but should be returning ere long.
Maybe he had to go get more ammo.
You've been keeping yourself busy, I trust?
True to our plan, Thancred and I embarked upon a pilgrimage of sorts, with an eye for gauging the state of those lands through which we passed. Our travels were interrupted, however, by a request for aid from our befurred lunar allies.
Befurred is a great way to describe a Loporrit, thank you.
As you may recall, the Loporrits had been seeking new purpose for the moon, another role through which it might serve to benefit mankind. The Forum hath been working to advise them in this endeavor, but I return to offer mine own counsel.
And
questioning
this has
Headtail.
What to do with treasure vaults, exactly?
Ah, you have learned of my predicament from Mistress Cryle.
I forgot about it already.
I know not whence they acquired such knowledge.
Oh, right,
but the
yeah.
Loporrits now stand convinced that adventurers delight in treasure hunts.
I mean, they're not wrong, I guess. Gasp?
Thus, with their newly built wonderland of riches and mystery, do they hope to entice all manner of daring delvers to the moon? So earnest and innocent was their desire to bring joy to the world that I found myself powerless to refuse them my cooperation.
God, the voice acting is on point too for this.
But what of you, my friends? Why are you come to Labyrinthos?
We also have treasure vaults to go to.
Fascinating. This is indeed a most fortuitous opportunity.
It has been so long since I actually did any treasure dungeons. I wonder what sort of valuable and cool stuff is actually in the most recent one, whatever it is.
I should be honored to accept thine invitation.
Bow. Various other gestures.
How
Oh, the
long
ancients
has
had
it
one too,
been,
that's funny.
I wonder, when last our actions were not impelled by fate or desperation.
Well, I mean, probably like a week ago. You know, time bubble and all that. I'm never gonna stop making fun of the time bubble anytime anyone asks any sort of like, how much time has it been type of question.
Aye. Though I cherish the Scion's accomplishments, 'tis pleasant to not have the weight of the world upon our shoulders for a change.
Hey, do you think I should tell them about how I dreamed about Purple Hell a while ago? Just wondering. That might be concerning.
Counting Istinian, we number 5 now, yes? Without knowing what traps or perils await unwary feet, we may be wise to refrain from recruiting others.
You just want to get there faster, don't you, Graha?
I agree.
Nod.
Between us, we should have the skills to handle whatever situation may arise. Shall we be on our way?
By the way, I'm a healer now. Did you notice?
What, no time to spare a word for the grizzled old bard?
Oh, is that your job now? I thought you were like a gunbreaker or a rogue or something.
All is well, I trust?
A wasted trip, I'm afraid. I'd hoped to catch up with a former mentor while you parleyed with the rabbits, but it seems our paths were not to cross.
Also kind of funny that they just outright call the Loporits rabbits, like I've been doing. You're looking well. How was your pilgrimage? How's this pilgrimage you're supposed to be on? How's that going?
Having an astrologian beside you on the road is surprisingly convenient. And it doesn't hurt that he's making strides with his light-hearted banter.
I wonder what Urianger thinks about the upcoming astrologian rework. Do you think he's concerned? A gun is kind of like a flute that shoots bullets instead of notes. Is a wonderful sentence that you've constructed, thank you. I actually basically, I talked about it the other day, but I think I'm giving up on Astrologian until the rework. Because I think it's just too much for me in its current state. And it's really difficult with controller, especially. So I'm hopeful for it. Nod.
In any case, as we made our way around Ilzabard, we saw that much of the continent was in various stages of chaos.
Yeah, that makes sense.
A certain amount of disorder is to be expected. The final days are over, and the people no longer have a common threat binding them together.
My Astrologian is only at like 61 or something. Is the flute equivalent of the Gatling gun the bagpipe? Well, it does have multiple barrels, so maybe. Maybe.
That's the thing with these fledgling troubles, eh? You need to keep an eye out, lest they mature into full-grown headaches. So, for what reason have so many esteemed personages seen fit to gather?
Treasure. Ruins. Cool dungeon.
Beneath the waters of the bounty, you say? I see you've already stolen away my traveling partner with the promise of unexplored ruins and scholarly glory.
Nay, 'tis not for mine own indulgence, but rather the fulfillment of my commitment to the Loporits.
Clearly, surely. Definitely. No one...
Of course. And if you have Estinian rounding out your group, you'll likely have all the members you need.
I mean, you're welcome too.
Feeling left out? I could put in a good word for you, if you like.
I mean, if we're worried about all the dangerous traps and whatnot, Thancred is the infiltration stealth guy. He won't have a problem with that.
We may have been released from our obligations, but I'll never be free of that merciless wit of yours, will I? In all seriousness, 'tis best I sit this one out. Too many former scions consorting with one another might be seen as a cause for concern in certain quarters.
You know, that's actually a good point.
I'll return to my usual reconnaissance and scout out the situation in the Far East. Feel free to share if you come across any interesting revelations.
I'm sure nothing we find will have any relevance to the plot for the next, 5 story patches or anything. It's probably all going to be completely
Till we meet
self-contained. Don't worry about it, Thangrid. We're not going to like stumble upon an ancient
Shall we also
omen
hasten
of
our
darkness
departure?
or
Sir
anything.
Estinian will wonder what hath become of us.
Nod. I actually do not... For the record, I know basically nothing about the 6.x story. I know that Final Fantasy IV stuff is in it. I know that there is a character named Zero, and I think I know a little bit about what her deal is. But I don't know anything about what's going to happen with Funny Treasure Vault and how it connects to anything else. I can merely speculate. I also know that 6.x is considered good by some people who I care about the opinions of. And I have also heard that it is not good from people I do not care about the opinions of. So who can say if it's good or bad? By which I mean, I've looked at Reddit an unfortunate number of times, and there was at least one thread that was like, I think 6.x is bad. But I don't care about Reddit that much, really. Ah, the thrill of imminent adventure. I never tire of this feeling. I think it's gonna be good, for the record. Just imagine the possibilities. That's fair. Yeah, I think I've heard the theory that it feels, or the theory or something that it feels like it was supposed to be a trial series that they then expanded into the main story or something like that. Based on what little I know, I feel like it's going to, and also your comparison of the Warrior of Darkness part, yeah, what Vorpy says. I think it's going to be a lead into a future expansion, based on what little I do know. In my travels, I spied many a child wandering alone, orphans in all likelihood. Though homes raised by beasts and blasphemies can be rebuilt, the void left by those we have lost cannot so easily be filled. I'm already establishing void-related imagery with this incidental text box, Sucro. This might be important. Keep it in mind. I send you to recruit Graha, and you return with an entire survey party. I hope Matsuya's boat is sturdy enough to carry us all. What he means is, we are grateful for the use of one of your precious fishing vessels. We are more than glad for the chance to provide it. I ask only that you take care to steer clear of the reefs in the shallows there. The world of darkness, not so easily, yeah. Aye, we will keep an eye out. Giant Popoto pancakes. This item description here is reminding me of I've been playing Pokemon Sleep in so much as you can play that. And that is a game where you frequently mix in like 12 jars of milk and 8 eggs to create a salad. And, what? Not only that, you throw them into a pot and cook them into a salad. It's the least sensical food preparation I can think of in a video game off the top of my brain. I will pray to Sandaruva for your safe return. May the wealth of her blessings guide you to the treasure you seek. By the way, if you saw me wander towards Matsuya slowly there for a second, it's because I need to replace my controller again. I actually did order a replacement, and it should be here somewhere, but I didn't go get it yet. But, so, if anyone has any, like, really good Nintendo Switch controller recommendations that work on the PC, I'm interested. I've been using ones that are called like HoriPad Minis because they're super lightweight, and I was having troubles with hand pain, and this, even though I don't have like, these seem to be like 4 smaller hands probably, and I don't have super small hands, but they're lightweight, has made them more comfortable and easier to use. The only problem is they seem to wear out pretty quick. This is the second one that I've gotten, and I ordered a replacement, so the third one is sitting around somewhere and I need to go get it. But if anyone knows of any particular controllers that they might recommend that are like Switch controllers that work on PC that aren't like really heavy or anything, or really awkward, I'd be interested. That's all. It's like a reverse sponsorship where I'm like asking for people to recommend stuff. Azadal's Legacy. Wait. I missed some stuff. An exhibit at a science museum claiming an ideal daily meal plan was 9 glasses of orange juice and 2 glasses of chocolate milk. Seems incorrect. Just a hunch. I'm not a nutrition expert. Doesn't seem like a great plan. Azadal III. I confess I am somewhat embarrassed that the tale of his journey to another world escaped my notice. Could it be more than simple folklore? Graha cues the really loud music suddenly. And what of the treasure he supposedly brought back? This undersea vault may hold relics from another reflection. My friends, we should temper our expectations. The map doth promise ruins, but beyond that we know not what we will find. Not until we find it, aye. So let us dispense with the conjecture and set sail for the vault. Nod. Cool camera pan. It's over there somewhere. Azadal's Legacy, now accessible. Spoilers, we found it. I associate that theme more with the Reaper reveal trailer than any specific event that happened in Endwalker, which is funny. What's up? One can only spend so many hours hunched over a desk before it begins to take its toll. Graha stares directly into the camera. A spot of vigorous exploration is exactly what I needed. Yeah, that was the Reaper music, and then the Sage music was the, Smileville, is that the name of it? Smileton? Smileton, I think. The Sage reveal music was the Smileton music. I'm aware that the story about an otherworldly journey may be just that, a story. But even the wildest tale often contains a few grains of truth, and that is worth investigating. The treasure vault of a satrap will surely be filled with diverse traps and devilish deterrents. Caution is paramount. None who enter these ruins come out alive. Well, we shall see about that. I will pray to Sandaruva for your safe return. May the wealth of her blessings guide you to the treasure you seek. Yeah. The map merchant scam does kind of work, except he's only got one of the map, which might be a problem. Anyway, I am going to do this before the dungeon, which also means that it's time for this or that before the dungeon. Congratulations to those who won, condolences to those who did not, and thank you for petting Calico. It's time for dungeon. I actually want to check something with how these dungeons work out. If I go to duty support, I kind of, oh, well, that's everybody. I kind of wonder if any of these party arrangements presented here, like, what is, if there's like, if this is just like the first people in a list, or if these are like recommended people in some way. I am not sure. But this is kind of the only party we have an option to use. Because I'm the healer. We literally can't do anything else other than this. So, well, yeah. I mean, other than recruiting other players, of course, but for the NPC party, we can't do any other composition with my current job. Anyway, this is a cool boat. Everyone is looking at the map. I guess that was the glyph. Here we go. Ah, of course. Time to learn just how authentic our map truly is. Our adventure begins. Yeah, Alzadal's Langur. Alzadal's famous lemur. Oh, the music is fun.
Allow me.
Healing in duty support is maybe one of the most chill ways to do duty support. Y'shtola had triple cast activated. Oh. Oh, I see. Well, the map... An invisibility spell removed, mayhap. Well, the map made a bridge. Raha, no! How could you do this? Oh yeah, you're right. They are like monsters we've seen before.
Hold still. Allow me.
Jellyfish. Ambo jam. Like ambulatory jam? Like jelly? My, what dense ether this creature has.
This will hurt.
Hold still.
Huh. I don't know if I get it, but I followed the NPCs and dodged. Oh yeah, this is using the Ultros model, you're right.
Something special for you.
Yeah, it looked like it'd be more complicated than it was. It looked like they were drawing shapes, which is why I didn't get it. If only it had been a squid. Imagine all the dried rations. I'd rather not. Oh look, is that a teleporter? Estidian, please. Oh, this is where Darber equipment starts happening. Really? But it all seems so wintry. Well. Glyph of passage detected, confirming bearer's identity. Well. And yeah, I think so. Just give me a second. Alzadal is a name that's in 11? There. Marked off. Very quickly. But marked off. A non-expert checkmark. Look, we're deep under the bounty. Then our map was no fake after all. Crab.
There.
What? Oh, right. I forgot how to play the video game for half a second. By which I mean I forgot a specific aspect of the control scheme. Portal. Eh? Unrecognized ethereal signature. Brazen thief, you will proceed no further. Locating denizens. Opening portal. Chrono Cross door enemy? Yeah. I'm doing my best. You sort of have to rotate through them like a tank would. This is an enemy from 11 too. Do we get to be surprised by civilizations from other shards yet then? Probably not. Probably too early to mark that one. I'm like still sort of internalizing the order of Sage actions. Like Physis makes other heals stronger, so you want to use that one first. and stuff like that. I want to use Krasis on the tank because that makes Teal stronger too. But sometimes I forget. Right. Zoe and Eucrasian Diagnosis is a good idea too. I mistakenly internalized that Zoe is to be saved for Numa from, I think, a guide I read at some point in the past. Which is, I mean, you don't need to save it for that. You need to save it for that, like, in a big fight, maybe, but you don't. You gotta use the tools you have and not just let them sit there. And also, I need to remember that I have Zoe more often. Not a crit, but still a pretty good barrier. We appear to have angered the Vault Guardians.
Hold still.
Huh?
This will hurt.
The best crab I've seen in my life? Claw Trap Al-Zadal the 14th. Radiant Crab. There's a powerful crab lineage that we don't know about? Okay, where's the minion or mount of this?
I will not hold back.
You're mine.
One of Istinian's gotcha voice clips kind of sounds like he's sneezing. I think he's going, got you! Hey, cool robot. Whoop. Armored chariot. Formidable looking foe. Be on your guard. Turn back, treasure seeker, or this vault will be your tomb. Okay. You're gonna do a reflect trick, maybe. Yeah. I got the general idea.
Away with you!
A bit late on the shield, I think.
I will not hold back.
Allow me.
That time I just moved to where Estinian was to cheat. I didn't fully comprehend what was going to happen from that.
I will not hold back.
Something special for you.
think I might be okay here. Yeah.
This will hurt.
Your greed will prove your undoing. I wonder why all the Darber stuff is here, because it's so winter themed. It doesn't seem like a winter dungeon. I thought for sure it'd be in a wintry place. Well, we found treasure. I guess that's true. I don't know a whole lot about that kind of vibe, I suppose.
Hold still.
Aye, this should more than cover the price of the map, Citistinian. And Y'shtola says, how much did you pay for it anyway? That's what I was wanting to know. That's a lot of treasure. You know, usually when I hear about a treasure hoard in like a video game or something, I kind of expect it to subvert the expectations of there's literally piles of gold everywhere, but this game has done there's literally piles of gold everywhere twice, just playing it straight, which is kind of funny. I don't know why I expect a subversion. Secure the treasure. Slay the looters.
Hold still.
Now that you mention it, they do kind of feel like dress uniforms. There are yet more rooms beyond, says Graha. There's also something a little bit funny about an actually interactable treasure coffer in the middle of all of this. Also, there's giant elephants in the piles. At what point do you have so much treasure that you just start piling it haphazardly like this? I guess there's a certain appeal to stuff being scattered in a designed way, like all the books that are all over Sucro's apartment. Trying to internalize the mega single shield for poles that I hadn't considered. There's another singular interactable treasure. Wait, no. These are actually fake treasure chests that resemble the ones that are... Ah! They're more fake treasure chests than I thought they were! I've been pranked.
Hold still.
I knew they looked too interactable, but then they didn't have the labels, so. Extremely, like, obvious manipulatable object in an old video game with the static background vibe. But it was not an object in the way I thought it was. It was an enemy.
Hold still.
This is like one of 2 dungeons outside of the deep dungeons where mimics exist, I think. The other being Hullbreaker. There's the big shield. It's his entire life bar. I did those in the wrong order. Yeah, drawn on an animation cell, that sort of thing.
This will hurt.
I do love seeing the big shields. Joy of barrier healing. Also, I realized the controller replacement that I said would be here today is probably going to be here tomorrow. Because I keep forgetting that when I'm awake past midnight and it says, like... Well, no, I think it said delivered today and not delivered tomorrow. Never mind, I don't know what time is anymore. I believe that time is not real. Oh. For a second, I thought all of the treasure was going to combine into a giant treasure monster. Oh, it's very colorful Looming Warden Kapikulu instead. That seems like a cool design. I think this is using the Susano bones. I think. Tis wrapped in ether-imbued silks. Warning, this vault is under my protection. Failure to withdraw will invite chastisement. Chastisement, huh? Billowing bolts. Oh, like bolts of fabric. So that's what you mean about the puns. Oh, so that's what you mean about billowing bolts. Spin and fumble, stumble and fall. The rarely seen spin mechanic, known from Fall Guy. By me. How undignified, says Justola.
I will not hold back.
What foolishness is this, says Justinian. That was called Cruel Slice, with like cruel spelled in a way that undoubtedly has something to do with fabric.
Hold still.
Yeah, the spin is in Blunderville. I should show the Fall Guys minigame. Spoilers, whenever I use Eucrasian Prognosis at random, it's probably because I accidentally used Eucrasia and I have to do something. Okay. I did it again. Oh, okay, so you're gonna target a green, so I go to a yellow? Maybe? Yeah. I got it.
You underestimate me!
Willful trespass confirmed. You have chosen death. I didn't know this is where this originated. Uh-oh. All intruders will be slain. Should have gone on a lap, I guess. Dizzy. Why can I not jump free? Too much rich food of late. Oh, you burn now, Weaver, said Y'shtola.
This will hurt.
Ah, I forgot that was the raid wide. And I did this in the wrong order. It's fine. It's not like a major deal. Okay, we're doing this again. Going to green again. Ah, that's what the prank is. I was wondering what's the added trick to the second use of this.
You're mine.
Nice timing with the limit break, Y'shtola. Very explosive in colors as well. By which I mean you timed it with the raid widen. Imagine if, like, while we were here celebrating, the spikes shot up out of the floor and stabbed us in the feet and we died instantly. Uriange's here too! Yay! Final boss defeated. Deploying anti-foot countermeasure. But yeah, we can use this code of casting as an example. Ah, Sucro! Sucro, please. But yeah. This is, I thought wintry is my instinct because of like the puppiness, but the Darber stuff is neat. Delayed elf, that's true. He gets to stand over here too. What's up? A fitting sentinel. A hidden room within a hidden vault. What do you think, Y'shtola? What do you think, Estinian? Nothing? Anyone? What is this place? We found all the treasure then. I don't know, there's like a big old deal up there. Hold on. Let's look around this room a little bit. Sucro was doing that, I guess. Hey, says the funny snakehead. Kind of looks like a bell. It looks like something is sealed. Uh-oh. We're gonna unleash a sealed thing. For science. It's like a mix of a seal and an onion is what it looks like to me. Ominous. The last course is your doom. Oh no. There's also a rug here that's sort of falling over. Well, time to unleash the death from the past or whatever. Gasp! I've noticed the obviously important landmark in the room. That's a heckin' sealed away thing.
Here?
Something dangerous.
It's not unlike a Harnish alchemical furnace in design.
Oh no, this is where they were keeping the Black Rose because they forgot about that plot point.
Well,
just kidding, they remembered it at some point. Y'shtola, Doesn't...
Stop! You mustn't touch it.
Oh. Hi, Varshan. Howdy.
Vritra! Ah, my apologies. Should I continue calling you Varshan?
You may address me as you wish. My nature is no longer a secret.
Fair.
Still, this is not a setting I imagined for our union. Surely you've not entered these ruins as common looters.
Would that we could deny your accusations, but I fear you're not far from the truth.
Great Vritra, might we beseech thee to explain the nature of this strange contrivance?
It was crafted by our alchemists at my behest, for the purpose of sealing something away.
I knew it. Sealing away what? I wasn't going to touch it, but you know Y'shtola. I think this is a line that makes Y'shtola mad at you. Or ... What's it sealing away? You don't want to talk about it, do you?
Perhaps I should simply show you.
Not if it involves unsealing it. Hopefully we're just getting a look at it, right? Well, okay. I guess... That's a portal to the 13th, isn't it? Or something of that sort. That's a void portal, I bet. Gasp! Various gasping. Y'shtola's smiling.
I have lifted the seal, if only for the moment, by an authority only I possess.
A planar fissure?
No, my friend. Small though it may be, this is a functioning gate into the void.
I can identify things before they're pointed out explicitly. Hooray for me. Is that good? It's not good, is it? Vritra's been added to the Unending Codex. Yay, portal! Aww. Even in the learned halls of Sharlayan, 'tis forbidden to throw wide the gates to the abyss. The peril is far too great. I came here in search of something that might further my research. I did not anticipate a fully functioning void gate. Can such a tiny portal truly be so dangerous? Yeah, like... I'm sure that there's a number of void creatures that could, like, get through that, even if they were larger than it. Like how cats can fit inside of any container. I expect you have more questions. True. Void gates and fissures are much the same thing in practice, in the sense that both allow passage between the source and the 13th. The difference in terminology refers to the circumstances of their creation. A fissure is an incidental tear in the fabric between worlds, whereas a void gate is the product of deliberate action. I suspect this is the latter, judging by the elaborate mechanism put into place to control it. To think that our search for material riches would lead to this priceless discovery. That swirling emptiness. It puts me in mind of old friends, not to mention old foes. Hey, shouldn't we be more concerned about this? I feel like there's a lot of people not being concerned about things happening recently. Perhaps I might linger a touch longer. A brother's grief. Is that good? That doesn't sound ominous at all. I mean, Claudian was
I must
also
admit,
ignoring...
I am deathly curious to know how a void gate came to be hidden in the depths of these ruins.
Claudian and company were also worrying last time about ignoring things that were obviously concerning. Maybe that'll lead into the same expansion that this does. Who knows? Heavensward music, yeah. Presumably because dragon.
To tell that tale, we must first peer far to the south, and even further into memory.
By the way, can we use the money in here to help people recover from the whole final days thing? We should probably ask that question too, right, everybody? Anyone? Yeah? Well, okay, fine. We'll wait.
An age 5 millennia passed when the Algan Empire sent an invading force to the shores of Mericidia.
Hey, Mericidia mentioned. So we're looking south and in the past. And the Allegans tried to invade Mericidia, which was still Mericidia then. If it isn't now? I don't know if it is now.
The southern people rallied
I
around
guess it
the
is.
commanding figures of Bahamut and Tiamat and fought fiercely to repel the would-be conquerors.
Mm-hmm. Well, we know it's still Mericidia now, I guess, actually. And we knew that it was Mericidia then.
The tide turned against them. Desperate to seize any advantage, the Mercidians resorted to summoning primal entities.
We remember these three. I do, at least. Yeah, we're not learning aught of the present state of affairs of Mericidia. That's true.
In response, Emperor Zande forged a covenant with the Cloud of Darkness, sovereign among the all-devouring denizens of the Void.
Zande. They've actually said Zande on out loud now.
Icons on one side and Void Scent on the other, the two armies clashed in a battle of unspeakable carnage. So much death, so much loss.
I don't think I noticed that the Cloud of Darkness has pupils. I thought that the Cloud of Darkness had eyes that were a single solid color. But there's lines in them clearly denoting pupils. Or irises, or whatever. Irises is what I meant, I think. Also, the Cloud of Darkness has a big V on her forehead for Void Scent. I actually don't remember the Cloud of Darkness, which pronouns are correct for them. I don't think it's just she and her. Anyway. V for Void Scent.
I consider myself well versed in that period of history, yet you speak as one who witnessed it happen.
That would make sense, because Ritra.
Indeed, I did. I heard Tiamat's roar of defiance and sped toward that war-torn land.
Were. That's not how pronouns work, though. Those aren't pronouns.
Along with my sibling, Ajdaya.
Oh. I don't think we'd heard anything about Ajdaya before. Gasp. Gasp. Gasp!
We dragons are not male or female as men are wont to classify, but elder sister is the closest a mortal tongue can come to describing what she meant to me.
Ah. Dragons have different gender and stuff. Ah, okay.
I was the last of our brood to hatch, and Ajdaya cared for me where my sire could not.
Oh, and the Star Trek meme makes sense. A little for what little I know about Star Trek, I think that makes sense to me. There are trans Klingons, I think.
Thus I was with her when Tiamat rode. I was with her when she journeyed south. and I was with her when she fought against the Void-sent hordes. Yet no matter how many of their vile fiends we cast down, more rose from the abyss to take their place. Faced with an unwinnable war of attrition, Ashdaya risked her all on a final gamble. She plunged through the Void Gate itself to strike at the root of their strength.
Oh.
I tried to follow in her wake, determined to lend what aid I could. But even as I came upon Alag's glittering tower, I saw the rift close behind her. And Ashdaya has been lost to us ever since.
I am now having thoughts about how I know there's Final Fantasy IV stuff, and I know that in Final Fantasy IV, Golbez summons a shadow dragon, and I'm just like, interesting.
I find I must retract my earlier claim of historical knowledge. Nowhere in the Crystal Tower's archives did I see mention of such noble sacrifice.
That does not surprise me. To Allagan eyes, it must have seemed as if a lone dragon, driven to madness, simply dove through the gate and did not return. For my part, I spent long years searching for the means to reunite with Ashdaya.
There's some people in the first that you might want to talk to about retrieving people lost in the void. It might be a bit late, though.
I could search no more, until Allag was dust, and the arts to open a void gate large enough to accommodate a dragon forever lost.
Okay, so the size of the void gate does matter to some degree.
Yet you have the beginnings of a gate right here, under the control of a harnessed device.
Y'shtola, it's danger. Nod.
My discovery came before Radzat was founded. Though I scoured the lands for a method to cross the rift, it was beneath the sea that I chanced to find a natural planar fissure. It was, however, far too narrow to admit a worm's bulk. Only after our city rose upon the rock, and I could enlist the aid of our talented alchemists, did matters take a favorable turn. Their dedication was beyond reproach. Tirelessly, they worked to expand the fissure, and after decades of toil, it finally grew to a size that a child might pass through.
Not long ago, you told us that you called out to your kin, that Ashdaya's answer was silence. I suspect the conclusion to your tale is not a joyful one.
Yeah, in 4, the Shadow Dragon is like a boss fight. But I think they do reference it in Dissidia.
With hope in my heart, I used the simulacrum to cross the threshold. But no, I did not find her. What I found was a host of Void-sent, clamoring around the opening they had sensed.
They're all just excited because you invited them to a party.
It was but a moment, but enough. I had no choice but to retreat and allow the portal to contract once more.
Void-sent love
The gate
parties.
was a threat to your people. You had to decide between endangering Razat and abandoning your sister. And you chose the latter.
Nod.
'Twas not that thy sibling scorned thy call. 'Twas that she was trapped beyond a barrier through which neither roar nor dragon may pass. Even now, in the desolate world of the 13th.
I can scarce imagine your pain, yet it was wise not to linger in that place. Too long a sojourn, and even a being of your power risks being warped into a creature of the void. You've seen this phenomenon before, when we stepped into the darkness.
Hi, I thought our time had come. I remember when Nero turned purple. That's the funniest possible response. Yeah, I remember Nero turning purple.
What? What is this?
Turn purple? Well, yes. His wounds had allowed the void's corruption to enter his body and twist his ether.
Is Graha mad at me because of how I phrased that? Or is he just like, turn purple? Like, is he surprised? He sounded a little bit annoyed that I would phrase
Had
it
been
that
allowed
way.
to progress much longer, I presume he would have been fully transformed.
Probably wouldn't be much more of a jerk than he is now. Oh, right.
Ah, no. I hadn't meant to. I speak only of possibilities.
I think Graha was probably just surprised that I said
The scales
that.
of the first brood are extraordinarily resistant to ethereal fluctuations. They are the protective talisman's core components after all, and even the corruption I described would struggle to overcome. Of course. With the warding scale in one's possession, one could conceivably survive a stay in the 13th without being warped by its energies.
I mean, I went to the world of darkness before and I'm fine.
Be that as it may, it is too late to rescue my sister. 5,000 years too late.
She has been in there for a while.
And now countless others look to me for guidance and protection.
We gonna close the gate?
So when I sensed intruders in the ruins, I came only to ensure that the gate remained closed. That, and to secure the treasure, of course. I wish only to forget the rest.
And then at the last second, someone flies out of the gate. Y'shtola, are you going to do a crime? Can we at least explain that we wanted the treasure for, here's even more unending codex entries. Can we at least explain why we want the treasure? Millennia have passed since I last saw her, but I see Ajdaya in memory still, clear and vivid. The 13th, what chaos must consume that world? We'll probably learn in an expansion or two, probably two. Ritra's grief for a lost sibling will be no mystery to Estinian. His hath been a life entwined with sorrow even before he became host to Nidhogg's essence. I wondered how one of the first brood could simply vanish and leave no trace of her passage. Now I have my answer. So they managed not only to expand the fissure, but also manipulate it as one might a gate. Astonishing. Is there any chance I could learn more of how this feat was accomplished? I will tell you what I can. First, however, I must return to the High Crucible and arrange to replace the Guardians you so handily destroyed. It will not do to leave the gate undefended. Ah, my apologies. We were perhaps a touch zealous in our rush to uncover the vault's secrets. If the constructs can be repaired, we would be happy to offer our assistance. That will not be necessary. Much as I retain spare vessels for myself, we keep duplicate guardians on hand for such eventualities. In any case, we should return to Razat Han. Oh yeah. Dragons do seem to have trouble forgetting things. I didn't know if that was a feature or if that was just a feature in air quotes. I didn't know exactly how that worked out. This is still a very cool looking place. There is much about the Void Gate that I cannot even begin to explain. I must convince Vritra to share everything he knows. Vritra speaks as if Ashdaya is a lost cause, but I wager he feels differently in his heart of hearts. What do you think, High Crucible Alchemist? This is quite the gathering. To what do we owe the pleasure? 'Twas a most enjoyable expedition for which I am grateful. As for mine evaluation, I shall impress upon the Loperates that a treasure vault is incomplete without daunting sentinels to test the mettle of any would-be intruders. While I am loath to keep Kryl waiting much longer, I cannot bring myself to leave before hearing more of Vritra's tale. I promise we will discuss the Void Gate further, but first I must attend to the matter of the Vault's sentinels. As your instruments have no doubt informed you, the Capiculu has been reduced to so much scrap. Please bring a new one out of storage and see that it is conveyed to its post along with some few lesser constructs. Was it tomb robbers? Fiends born of the Tower of Zot? By the sisters, do not tell me a blasphemy yet roams free. Everyone's just sort of like trying to pretend that it wasn't them. It was, we could just tell them. Why such guilty faces? Surely it isn't you who are responsible for this. Oh. Well, the details aren't important. I shall see it done immediately. Bow. And with that, the vault will soon be secure once more. Now, I believe you had questions? Quite a few, in fact, but I'd like to begin with the gate itself. It is still functional, yes? Indeed, which is why I saw it sealed with an alchemically forged lock and warded it with my magics. Such power must not fall into the wrong hands. In truth, the primary reason for the vault's construction was to keep the gate hidden from the outside world. So much effort for such a little door. That little door you speak of leads to an abyss teeming with unspeakable horrors. That said, in its current state, it would admit only the lowliest of voidsent. And from this side, no man would be able to pass through. No man? I should think Alphino would fit, given a firm enough push. Yeah, probably. Physical size is only one consideration. The true restriction hinges upon the etheric density of the soul in transit. And yet you succeeded in expanding this diminutive portal and sending your simulacrum to the 13th. Thanks to my brilliant alchemists, I should have destroyed the anomaly when I found it, but instead I bade them devise a means to control it. After much experimentation, they accomplished the impossible. A method was conceived by which magics could manipulate the fissure and transform it into a serviceable gate. But the process has long since been forgotten. Once I had given up searching for Ashdaya, there was no need to preserve such esoteric and dangerous knowledge. Thus has the gate laid dormant, for years uncounted. Our own passage to the 13th was made relatively simple thanks to the Crystal Tower. An ancient mechanism channeled the tower's vast stores of energy to open a void gate, one bound to a covenant made with the Cloud of Darkness. Once that sovereign entity was beaten back, however, the covenant was broken and the doorway severed from its connection to the void. Theoretically, it should be possible to reconnect the gate by forging a new pact with another voidsent, but such deals usually end in betrayal and death. In any case, we should attempt to gain an understanding of the Bounty Gate. Mayhap you could resume the search for your sister. As I have already explained, I put those futile hopes to rest centuries ago. My place and my duty is here now. I admit to ask, what prompted you to search for the vault in the first place? To see if the legends were true or it was all Estinian's idea. We wanted to see if the legends are true. Adventuring. As you have seen, the fabulous wealth from these stories is quite real, if not its rumored origin. But I'm afraid I must assert a prior claim. I have been adding to that trove for years, little by little, but the time has come to spend it, that I might alleviate my people's suffering. Then we are of one mind. We had no intention of taking it for ourselves. Isn't that right, my friend? Nod. Thinking. Y'shtola is thinking. Your Excellency, would you object if I were to conduct a closer examination of the gate? I will make no attempt to open it, of course. Nod. I owe you and yours a debt that can never be repaid. Whatever boon you ask of me, you shall have it. Yeah, at least we reminded Vritra of his savings account or whatever. You are most gracious. I shall take full advantage of your permission and not cause any problems. Editor's note, Y'shtola is going to cause problems. Would that I could join thee in thy study, but the Loporrits will be anxious to receive my report. I beg my leave of you. Nod. And I must be off to Charlian as well. Mistress Kryl was eager to speak with you about that request, so please come back to the annex as soon as you're able. Farewell for now. Oh, right. I had errands to do. We can discuss my findings once I return. You'll not be rid of me so easily. Nod. That is true as well. But they could also be used to, like, repair stuff and all that. You may now undertake the Chronicles of a New Era quest series, Myths of the Realm. Speak with a fresh-faced student at the Baldessian Annex. Oh, so Kryl's errand is the other raid series. Kryl is always doing this. The Alliance raids are next on the list. I think I knew you had to do this to unlock them. I hope you enjoyed the expedition at least. Otherwise it was a heavy purse to pay for a treasure map leading to a treasure we couldn't keep. Estinian, how much did you pay? The difficult part in all of this will be deciding how best to put these riches to use. Will you lend me your assistance in these deliberations? Sure. Thank you, Sucro. Sucro and I are in this together. I will follow her example. But we're gonna complete 6.1 before we do the Alliance raids. And that's... Meanwhile, elsewhere... in purple... Hey. That's Final Fantasy IV Golbez theme.mp3, I hear. And there's his funny throne that is like a trial instance later, probably, I think. He found a hand. Golbez loves having a hand that he can make crawl around on the floor. Yup. Here's the 4 elements. Fire, and wind, and water. And wind, because the other thing that I saw wasn't fire, whatever. I don't know. Cape! Cape twirl. He has to do the cape twirl. Sit. All he wanted to do was sit down. Nothing... I sensed the breaching of a gate, but it was not instigated from this side. It was thrown open from the other. I too felt it. A rare occurrence, yes. But such a tiny portal is beneath our notice. There are more pressing matters at hand. An opportunity is upon us. the coming of which we have awaited for nigh on 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, you're free, time to conquer Earth? Okay. We dare not let it slip our grasp. I think we need to recruit a team of teenagers with attitude for this one, everyone. I think the Scions are all too old to be teenagers, but they do have attitude, so I think we're actually probably good. Okay, no, Alphino and Alizé are teenagers. Yet we must not underestimate she who has bested the cloud of darkness. Even restrained by a covenant, the cloud was no feeble wisp. Oh, you know, that makes a lot of sense.
Alphino might not have enough attitude, but Alizé does. We must not underestimate she who has bested the cloud of darkness. Even restrained by a covenant, the cloud was no feeble wisp to be dispersed by some flesh and blood mortal. Ah, let her come. I will drown the world and watch this fleshling gasp for breath in her final moments. Your zeal is admirable, but forget not our cause. I have to do the deepest voice I can manage for her. Think back on our struggles beneath this sunless sky. Remember why we cede not our will to fight. 'Tis time we set the war in motion, and win redemption for our star.
Sound of a duck. Win redemption for your star? I don't know what that means. Is that sharing the wealth? Pancakes. Same line of dialogue. I almost started an Estinian voice there by saying "I," but I didn't. Shall we begin? If we are to spend the treasure wisely, then we must first determine which groups would benefit most from monetary assistance. Some of my citizens may find it intimidating to speak with the satrap directly, so I would ask that you act in my stead. Nod. Sucro, you are to visit Akyali and Yedelmad. Speak with Matsya and his people and listen to their grievances. Estinian, I bid you do the same at Palaka's stand. I will be conducting my own inquiries at the Giant Skull grounds. Nod. Once you believe you have ascertained the needs of the populace, we can reconvene at Megaduta. I can probably guess a fair number of their needs. Like reconstruction of buildings, food and medical supplies, water, you know, all the standards. Water, but not the rain, the other kind. Higher wages for the workers, universal income. Come on, Vritra. Universal basic income. You know you want to. Oh, Sucro. I was so glad to see you had returned unharmed. You finished with the boat then? Nod. But we have some questions for you. Anything the village desperately needs? Well, I suppose Kalzal's loss hit us the hardest. I've been trying to find buyers for my fish, but although I sell a few here and there, it's so much more difficult than it was before. Everyone's still struggling to rebuild their lives. For now, we're just banding together as best we can. I liked leaving the selling to Kalzal. I could just catch the fish and not have to talk people into eating them. I have to put away my umbrella to drive my motorcycle. And then the rain stopped, solving my problem. Greetings and welcome, traveler. If this is your first visit to Thavner, then you must try my special Armalasi. Its refreshing zest cannot be beat. Now, we've already been through this. What could such a wonder cost, you wonder? Normally, I'd part with 3 bottles for the generous price of 19,800 gil, but for you, I'm willing to go so as low as even 10,000. You'd be practically stealing from me. Stealing? At that price, you're the only thief around here. Still not turning a profit these days, or I'm not Estinian. So you're still having trouble with making a profit, I see. Times are harsh, my friend. The world may no longer be on fire, but we are still sifting through the ashes, so to speak. Sisters, spare me. We might as well have that ugly tower back for the scant few travelers we see these days. I myself barely have the coin to buy at local prices. I tell you, if I didn't charge the odd adventurer a small fortune for afternoon tea, I'd be scavenging for scraps in the street. So, universal basic income. Come on, Vritra. Sigh. Hey, what's up? How fares the port? Well, it's in shambles, isn't it? The trade routes are open once more now that the danger is past, certainly. But no small number of merchants have had to sell their ships to make ends meet in the short term. And add that to the sailors we lost in the final days, and it's little wonder the flow of exports is no more than a pitiful trickle. Finding ways, standing on the wagon wheel. Nope, not anymore. If Kazal and his consortium were still with us, I'm sure he'd have found a way to turn our fortunes around. Now that was a man who got things done, God's rest his soul. You've spoken with key local figures and gained an understanding of the populace's hardships. Arshan awaits you in your report at Megaduda. Basically, they're all having trouble with business. They're not getting any business. I don't know how the game is going to propose dealing with this. But I'm going to continue being a socialist, obnoxiously, perhaps. Or whatever. Anyway. I think that's a socialism. I'm doing a socialism, I think. Okay. I don't know why I doubted that. It would seem my stint on Vritra's back did not go unnoticed. I couldn't take 2 steps before another Hanish local was thanking me profusely for saving their home. Who is this mysterious wind-up Mistel being depicted? I'm a socialist, that's right. Ah, my advisor's return. I've just made it back myself. Nod. Why do you retain this vessel now that your true form is known? You could have flown across the island in a fraction of the time. Be that as it may, the sight of a massive creature descending from the sky can be startling, to say the least. And there are a few places I can enter comfortably without risk of flattening some cart or stall. Fair enough. As for my inquiries, the people of Palakistan were unanimous in their reply. They are surviving. Resources were stretched to the limit when refugees were pouring in, but they persevered with some assistance from Yedlimad. From what I understand, they've always been an independent community, hunters and foragers and the like, and I was assured that the jungle provides for their needs, for the most part. Palakistan has weathered the disaster better than most, it seems. I myself heard good news and bad. The quarrymen were cautiously optimistic, having just sold a full wagon of giant skull to a foreign trader. But such visitors are few and far between. Compared to our best years, the weight of stone leaving Thavner has been light indeed. Our nation is small and isolated, its prosperity dependent on a steady stream of exports. We must identify any obstacles to the flow of trade so we may begin working to remove them. Tell me, what did you learn in Akyali and Yedlimad? Basically the same thing you just said, but with like fish. I see. Without a dedicated buyer, the average fisherman must struggle to offload his daily catch. Which is why I believe we should first address the lack of ships and shortage of able-bodied sailors in Yedlimad. I am reminded of a child I spied as I made my way back to the palace. His father lost at sea when the beasts sunk their vessel. So many variations of the same tragic tale repeated over and over. So many lives lost. Thinking. Remembering childs. Enough grief to drown in if we let ourselves be overcome, but we will not. Sucro, Estinian, I will consider the perspectives you've brought me, and devise a plan to help my people confront this adversity. Come, I would like you to be in attendance when I announce the proposal to my assembled functionaries. Nod. ×2.
I thank you for your attendance. The riches the Radiant Host have retrieved were hoarded in Alzadal's name. A fortune I set aside for a future day of need.
And then forgot about, I guess.
And lo, that day hath come. May it aid our wounded city in reclaiming its vibrancy and vigor. In better times, I would leave such a task to our capable Ahawan. God's rest his soul. Finding myself bereft of his counsel in the here and now, I will assume the responsibilities of mine office directly. Firstly, the treasure shall be sold for more convenient currency. Thence, invested into the trading port of Yedlamad. Our merchants must have their operations restored, their ships rebuilt. Commerce must flow once more.
I guess that's fair.
None were spared the tragedy of the final days. Of this, I am well aware. But an absence was created by the loss of Kalzar's consortium. And by filling it, we provide new means for our fishermen, our artisans, and others to bring their wares to distant markets.
So we're going with capitalism then? Alrighty then.
And what of the children who were left without family to care for them?
Yeah, that.
That is a concern which weigheth heavily upon my mind. A simple gift of coin will soon be exhausted, leaving these young souls adrift on the fringes of our society.
I don't know if I like where this is going.
A proper solution is needed, one which doth guarantee their welfare for years to come.
You know, like universal basic income, maybe? Just.
Thou hast surely seen how other nations rise to meet this challenge, adventurer. What dost thou deem the wisest course?
Oh boy, what options am I gonna get here? Taxes! No! Levy them on trade profits in exchange for your investment. Takes a village. Idleshire's orphanage was funded through trade in highly coveted goods. I get a Zloey answer, apparently. What does it takes a village even mean? Oh, to raise a child. That makes sense. Taxes aren't inherently bad, but just the first word being taxes gave me a visceral reaction, apparently. I'm gonna see where this one goes. Well, it takes a village to something something.
Of course. We must all look out for one another.
Yeah.
Let us put this idea into practice. A contract shall be written, requiring all who receive of Al-Zadal's treasure to commit a portion of their future earnings towards the running of an orphanage.
So it is taxes. We're instituting a sales tax. Kinda. Not really. But it is taxes. I guess that's fine.
Such an influential policy is deserving of a worthy name.
If you call it like Sucro Funk's funny taxes for orphans, I'm going to be upset. Something with Kalzal seems appropriate, or why not honor one of your most successful merchants? Okay, that's fair. Well, something about Kalzal, maybe?
A fitting candidate. Kalzal should be remembered, not as the blasphemy which terrorized Thavne, but as a hard-working and generous man who brought much wealth to our shores. Do any among you object to this proposition? Many here lost loved ones to the beasts.
In that time of strife, any one of us could have broken. Any one of us may have been taken by despair. When I think of Kalzal, I feel no hatred. Only a stinging regret that we could not save him as well. Isn't that right, men?
Group nod.
This bodes well for that boy. Murad, was it? Perhaps he can cut ties with that shady peddler.
Nod.
Then let it be done. Henceforth, this initiative shall be known as the Kalzal Foundation.
I guess this is overall a good result, though I feel like there's some others more socialist things you could still be doing.
Nabdeen, thou art to assemble a patrol and ensure that no child in this city liveth in squalor.
Group nod, too.
Clerks, see to the management of our funds and make haste. Our citizens must not suffer a day more than is necessary.
Yeah, I know. At least it's not Godbert being like, if you give people money, they'll be lazy. Which is like the worst set of dialogue related to anything like this. Godbert, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, Manderville. More like, shut up, Godbert. Jerk. Great comeback, Sucro and me. I did establish Sucro's bad at comebacks, but that applies to me as well. Yeah. I think they're Newliths, not Neoliths, but, you know. Oh yeah. The Hildebrand quests won't be something I'm doing until they're all in the game,
Dragon
so
and
it'll wait
man,
until January.
Side by side in pursuit of a brighter morrow. I'm reminded of Ishgard.
The funny Tataru and Hildebrand adventures might happen after everything else if I clear the rest of the game before January. I don't know if I will. Nod. But have you heard about alternate economic solutions? Anyway. Vritra is warming up to his role as satrap. Clearly all those years behind the curtain were not spent napping. One to two streams per patch. Well, let me go over what we still have that is all doable right now, and the order. Newfound Adventure, which we're doing right now. Myths of the Realm, which I think will take 2 to 3 streams probably. Buried Memory, which is 6.2. After that in the list, I have Variant Dungeons, and there's now 3 of those, and those could all take multiple streams from what I know. Maybe I should space the Variant Dungeons out more. Then after that is 6.3, and then Tales of Newfound Adventure, and then Eureka Orthros, which I don't know how that's gonna go, because that might be too difficult to just like blaze through the story of. It might just be a we're taking a look at it kind of thing. That might take a lot of investment to like clear in the story way. Then 6.4, then 6.5. So of what we have, I would guess if we're assuming, not including this stream, if we're including a patch is, if we're including that one patch, or if we're saying that a main story quest patch segment is one stream, then we have this stream, then we have probably like 3 streams for Myths of the Realm, a 4th stream for 6.2. I don't know yet how much of the Variant Dungeons I would want to do, but I'd attribute 1 stream to each of them, so that would be 7. Then 6.3 is 8. Tales of Newfound Adventure is like a side thing that isn't very much. So maybe that and Eureka in a 9th stream or something. Dark Throne 10, Growing Light 11. So accounting for the fact that some of the main story quests might be longer than others, I would guess, well, okay, not including the stuff that isn't accessible yet, probably like 12 to 14 streams. Tales of Newfound Adventure in 6.2 and 6.3. Is it obvious where they split up if half of it is relevant to each, or does it just sort of continue in a non-obvious way? That would, is part of it not accessible until after 6.3? Anyway, I'm gonna guesstimate around 12 to 14 streams. And I don't have like I basically don't have a set streaming schedule. And also, Mario RPG happens and I have to do all that. Okay, interesting. Much to think about. Bridging the Rift, is that good? Sounds like it's maybe not good. Thank you for putting forth Kalzal's name. Those whose lives he enriched will take comfort in seeing his legacy honored. You will forgive me for not speaking sooner, but I bear a message from Archon Y'shtola. She asked that you meet her at the High Crucible at your earliest convenience. Understood. Thank you. Y'shtola must have finished her study of the Void Gate. Well, that was fast. Shall we hear what she has to say, then? I will go with you. You know, that makes sense. You are securing the Void Gate still. I thought the satrap would be too busy setting up the foundation. My clerks have been the well-oiled cogs of this administration since before Ahewan assumed the office. They understand what needs to be done. I am curious to learn what conclusions your Archon has reached concerning the gate's unique construction. Nod. As you wish. Allow me to lead the way, Your Excellency. Nod. Salute. I should put a note in the old notes document saying, putting Tales of Newfound Adventure, Part 1 after 6.2, and Tales of Newfound Adventure Part 2 after 6.3. Then we remove that as a separate step, adjust the numbers because it's a numbered list. I don't really need the short version of the list to be on this document. All right. So the current plans as they are: 6.1 Mists of the Realm, 6.2 Newfound Adventure 1, variants 6.3 Newfound Adventure 2, Eureka Orthros 6.4, 6.5. I don't know how practical Eureka is going to be, but I want to at least like look at it. And depending on where I am when 6.55 is out, I'll then sort Hitaru and Hildebrand into there somewhere. My only regret with this strategy of waiting until the entire thing is available is that I cannot start the relic weapon until I start that. We might have 2 or 3 for Eureka. It depends on how that goes. Shall we hear what your scholarly comrade has to say? Oh, I know the relic might not be important, like statistically, but I want to start working on one of them. I don't know what job I would make a relic for anyway, but I want to be able to like access it, is all. I don't care much about the stats of the relic weapon. For one who claims it is too late to save his sister, Vritra seems awfully interested in whatever revelations your Stola might have to share.
Right, here we all are.
You discovered something new.
I took a closer look at that device. I was able to determine how it keeps the Void Gate sealed, but not how it might instead be employed to expand the opening.
Oh, they only take causality? Well, that's not bad.
For that, I would need to reference the technique developed by Vritra's alchemists, no records of which appear to have survived the intervening years.
Questioning head tilt.
We know this, so why have you sent for us? Have you learned aught of value or not?
Shake head.
Patience, good sir. One must introduce the subject before launching into specifics.
Oh no, Stoll is going to write an essay.
From what we understand, travel between worlds is accomplished by passing through the nebulous rift which exists between them.
Mm-hmm.
Picture, if you will, the moment you were called to the first.
Mm-hmm. I'm picturing it. It was like space, but full of sat stuff.
You touched a focus of some kind to help the Exarch pinpoint your location. His summoning spell then channeled the energies of the Crystal Tower to begin your journey to his world.
I forgot about the focus. I forgot about gear. I remember this part.
The magics tore a hole in the wall separating source and shard, and cast you into the intervening nothingness.
Yeah, I did see the Ironworks logo.
In that place, the laws of nature hold no sway.
Also, it made me think about a lot of people for some reason.
Yet even through this realm of temporal and spatial instability, you were borne safely to your destination in the first.
Mm-hmm.
The feat that guided you across such an unimaginable distance, both physical and metaphorical, was nothing short of a miracle.
A miracle that took like 7 tries to get right, to be fair, but, you know, still.
Then what of the many void scent found in the source? Who guides them here, and how?
That's a good question.
An excellent question.
Yeah, I agree.
Though there are several
Great
methods
question.
by which the Void's denizens might intrude upon our world, the rituals of summoning are the most typical. For example, let us consider the Gargoyle, a creature of middling power.
Some gargoyle out there feels hurt by this statement. Hey, come on. You don't have to put it that way. Doing my best, alright? Hey, remember Tamtara Normal?
To call upon such an entity, the prospective summoner must force open a void gate. The portal lasts but a moment and is relatively small, allowing only an imp or other lesser being to squeeze through with their physical body intact.
There are no, like, amorphous void scent. There are no void scent cats that can conform to the shape of an opening with no problem.
Our more powerful gargoyle, however, is too large for that. Creating a gate big enough for him would require vast amounts of energy, far beyond the reserves of any one mortal practitioner.
Wow, cool gate.
Instead, 'tis far more common to bring over only the entity's soul. We had a taste of that ourselves when a certain exarch dragged us to the first.
You know, that makes sense. Yeah. It's a great time standing around with your swords on a floating
And
island.
just as our bodies remained in our world, the Void Scent's physical form is left behind in the 13th.
So if we ever go to the Void, we're just going to find like a ton of imp and gargoyle corpses everywhere, then, is what you're telling me.
Once at its destination, the summoned soul is granted a temporary shell to inhabit. In the gargoyle's case, a stone effigy has proven a suitable vessel.
That's an interesting twist on gargoyles as a concept, actually. But where are my swords? Says the gargoyle, indignantly. I loved those 2 swords and carrying them around all the time.
You said that void scent must be called here deliberately by someone in the source, reeled in like a fisherman with his catch.
Nod.
Exactly. For a being to navigate the chaos of the rift, with or without form, there must needs be a guiding agent on the other side.
When the hordes poured forth from Alag's Great Gate, it was the technologists who drew them through. Though to my knowledge, planar fissures are in essence natural passages between our world and the void, which require no such guidance to traverse. Why is only the boundary between the source and the 13th so fragile? So much so that it often tears open of its own accord.
Void's mad. It's the most mad of the shards. It's real mad. The
I believe
least
solving
chill.
that mystery is key to understanding travel between the source and its reflections.
Somehow even less chill than the one that died to fire or whatever.
And how do you intend to get your answers?
No. The danger is too great.
Y'shtola, don't do a crime. Nod.
Perhaps. But what some call danger, others think of as adventure.
Y'shtola, are we going to do a crime again? We just did a crime like a second ago. You know, the change in instability explanation makes sense, and like the rejoining failed there, so it's more unstable and weird makes sense too. Smirk.
Are you not listening to my tale? Never mind that the means to expand the gate has been lost to the ages.
Look, Varshan, we gotta do something to make this story keep going. I know it's danger time, but like, apparently I can't object to
Even could
it.
you force the portal wide enough, you would be greeted by an army of murderous horrors the very instant you step through.
I've dealt with worse.
I assure you I was most attentive. And I agree that to go alone would be certain death. But if I were to bring along one who has already braved the 13th and humbled the cloud of darkness, well, I imagine my chances would be much improved.
Count me in. So much for taking it easy. Well, so much for the break we were all gonna get. Exaggerated
Since when were you
sigh.
one for the quiet life?
Well, I've never told you my elaborate backstory. I guess you weren't paying attention to the island part that happened either, but...
Once again, I put my life in your ever-reliable hands.
Alrighty then.
That said, as much as I would like to march straight back to the Void Gate, there is the small matter of being unable to open it without the Satrap's personal authority.
Y'shtola. Thinking and staring at Varshan while saying this.
As I've said before, I will grant you and yours any boon you choose to name, provided it does not endanger my people.
You have my word that we will take every precaution. Not a single void scent will be allowed to threaten Radzat-Han, assuming we manage to expand the portal in the first place.
Not a single void scent. Not even the, like... Yeah, that emote describes Y'shtola's actions there pretty well. Not a single void scent will threaten anybody except for at least 5 of them. Some of which will be dungeon bosses and some of which will be trial instances. But don't worry about it.
You have a plan.
Actually, I had hoped you might help us with that. I presume the alchemists you retained supplied you with some explanation of their methodology.
Yeah, you said that those things were forgotten, but we were just talking about how dragons don't forget stuff very easily.
That they did. House Daemir was overseeing the project.
House Daemir? Ah, no, it's Magic the Gathering. No, it's different. I don't trust Daemir, though. We have to gather a lot of magic for this.
Ah, yes. The family associated with the great work.
My mistake. I confused Magic the Gathering with the process of gathering the magic necessary, you see. I wonder if Sucro likes card games.
Comprehend the theory, but their research began with a void scent which had slipped through the fissure. After a thorough examination, they created an arcane simulacrum possessed of similar qualities. A man-made void scent, if you will. It was apparently indispensable in their efforts to enlarge the gate.
We might get beaten black and blue is a real good one. Thank you. That's a great pun.
A man-made void scent.
Yeah, that sounds like a bad idea.
Yes. Being great admirers of the Archons, House Daemir submitted detailed notes to Charlene's official committee. They expected praise and accolades for their simulacrum, and were thus devastated to be informed that their work had been classified as prohibited material.
If that's true, then those notes might still be stored in a forbidden archive somewhere. Not Google, of course, since that library had yet to be built. Which leaves us with...
the restricted section of the Numenon? With Graha's favorite place to sneak around? With what? Well, there was a restricted section in the Numenon. Nod.
Yes, it may very well hold a copy.
Time for illegal books. Crime books. I
In
see.
which case, I say we head directly to Charlian.
The only place I know Graha to sneak around. Therefore, his favorite one. Where are you going, Estinian?
Unless you anticipate needing help to reach the high shelves. See myself being of little use. Go on ahead. I still need to find Mirad and tell him about the Kalzal Foundation.
Imagining Estinian using Dragoon jumps to reach high shelves is without destroying everything is entertaining. I know we're relatively short, but come on, man.
Let us be on our way as well.
Time for crime.
They are resolved to venture into the void. Do I sit idly by?
Great question. I think Sucro was uncertain about this plan until the books came up, maybe. I don't know. ... You can convince Sucro to do crimes if illegal books are involved, apparently. If we're to enter Numenon's restricted archives with a minimum of fuss, then we must secure the permission of the Forum. First, however, we shall need to enlist the cooperation of a member to broach the matter on our behalf. Who do you think might be inclined to assist us? Questioning head tilt? No one springs to mind? What if Skylark Monteshane? I was gonna say that if I got like a prompt. He did come to Graha's defense during the inquiry, after all. Nod. 'Tis settled. Let us head to Phenomenon and see if he's willing to help us once more. Y'shtola is now accompanying you. If I was pressed to name our allies in the Forum, Skylark Monteshane would certainly be at the top of the list. Hopefully he agrees to aid us with our request. We're going this way. Sucro's excited about books. There's something funny about Y'shtola just running normally as I do this. Also finding ways here, I guess. Or knowing way, if you prefer. We're going to sneak this tiny rabbit into the archives as a stealth expert. Sneaking way. Hiding way. You know. I apprenticed to Master Matoya at the age of 7 and labored under her tutelage for a full decade. I never had the chance to attend the studium. Neither did Thancred, as I recall. Soon after Master Louis Soir took him in off the streets, he was put in the care of another Archon. His was a rigorous and practical education in the arts of espionage and survival. I sometimes wonder what my life might have been like had I pursued studies here instead. Tea at the last stand after a day of lectures? Should I wonder as well? That seems like a funny graph. I don't know, probably having some tea after lectures and stuff, like a lot of the other students are doing. Oh, that does sound lovely. Afternoons with friends spent sipping tea and debating theories. Still, I wouldn't give up my time with Master Matoya for the world. The dank cave I studied in was about as far from the bright airy halls of academia as one could get. It was a wondrous, magical childhood, nonetheless. Howdy. Ah, visitors, and quite esteemed ones at that. What may I do for you? We want to do crimes. I mean, maybe I should let Y'shtola explain it. Pray forgive the intrusion, Scholark, but we were hoping you might help us secure permission to enter Numenon's restricted archives. Oh, no furtive forays into the stacks this time, eh? Shrug. I applaud this newfound sense of propriety. Yet in all this wide world of comparative serenity, what so compels you to disturb a vault of forbidden wisdom? You know, crime. And science. Fascinating. I had no idea such a technique existed. I would have been surprised if you had. My assumption is correct. The research left behind by House Daemir has lain dormant in Charleon's archives for many centuries. And if you unearth this research, what then? Surely you don't intend to cross over into the void. That is, in fact, precisely what we intend. To what end, pray tell? Science. To develop a method of traversing the rift, for one, that I might keep my word to a distant friend. Sentiment aside, I have journeyed to the end of existence. I have heard, felt, and thought endlessly about the truth of our world and the echo of its future, and yet I want to understand everything, to unravel it all down to its very last secret. What scholar worthy of the name wouldn't force open a void gate or two if a grand revelation was the promised reward? Ha ha ha! Marvelous! I love crime! An audacious proposal worthy of Master Matoya herself. And after hearing the whys and the wherefores, I, for one, do not believe you would use the knowledge for ill. I see no reason not to prevent your request for the forum's consideration. Smile. Wait, it's not going to be crimes if we have permission. Is that good? Although your petition would be better received if you also had the support of another well-placed acquaintance. Questioning head tilts. Why, Master Fortuno, of course. He can hardly ignore an earnest request from his dear children's most treasured comrades. I was hesitant to approach him directly, but there's no denying that having Master Fortuno on our side would tip the balance in our favor. Very well, we will pay a visit to the Leveilleur's estate and plead our case. Nod. Ah, one last thing before you go. I would consider it a personal favor if you might share with me the discoveries you make in the void. I too love crime. My appetite for knowledge is every bit as insatiable as yours, I'd wager, so if you could see your way to indulging an old man's curiosity. Smile, nod. Of course, Scholark. We will be sure to pass on any revelations. Revelation 1. The void is very dark. Revelation 2. It's also very purple. Monteshane seemed optimistic, but I doubt convincing Fortuno to champion our cause will be as simple as showing up on his doorstep. Well, if Emeliance is there, it'll be that simple. The forum can be a cantankerous beast. One needs a persuasive voice to get it moving in the desired direction. If Emeliance is there, we just have to ask her to convince him, and then it'll be over instantly. By the way, the remake of Super Mario RPG is out in 1 hour. Approximately. I will be streaming that tomorrow, hopefully. Are you allowed to teleport with someone following you? Surely you are. Y'shtola fell into the water. Okay, we are. Last I saw Fortuno, he was in Labyrinthos, so I don't even know if he's here. Ah, Mistress Sucro, Mistress Y'shtola, how may I be of service? We've come to speak with Master Fortuno. Is he home by any chance? Yes, the Master is in residence. I shall inform him that he has guests. Bow. Well, well, Ameliance would invite you inside for tea, but I assume this is not a social visit. You have some matter of import to discuss. Nod. Then pray proceed. You have my full attention. Explaining. Explaining, too. We want to do crimes, but like legal ones, where we're allowed to do them. Well, I suppose I should praise you for following the proper protocols this time around. Scholar Monteshane expressed much the same sentiment, I assure you. Will not attempt to circumvent the Forum's authority again, unless it is absolutely necessary, of course. Of course. You do understand that the restricted archives are restricted for good reason, yes? If no pressing need exists, then why risk the consequences of employing this forbidden knowledge? For a brother who misses his sister. She was his guardian and his friend, a selfless hero who crossed the rift between worlds to save her homeland from horror and suffering. But the brother has given up on thoughts of reunion. He spends his efforts elsewhere, watching over a people yet healing from the flames of the final days, loyal to his duty while betraying the longing in his heart. 'Tis no vital mission, perhaps, reuniting these siblings, but it feels a worthy cause to pursue all the same. As one who feared losing his own loved ones and spent years in research to prevent it, surely you appreciate how painful such a separation must be. Reflections are still very much a mystery to us. Offering to share your experiences in the first should constitute a fair exchange for our cooperation. Smile. Smile. Do not celebrate just yet. The Forum must still be convinced. I will add your request to the list of today's deliberations and deliver the decision to you at the Baldessian Annex. Nod, nod. Please do come again. We are always glad to receive such close companions of the twins. The matter is out of our hands. All that remains is to return to the Annex and await word of the Forum's decision. I like how the patch called Newfound Adventure has turned into submit a formal request to the Forum. There's something funny about that. Right, I can teleport. It's a bureaucratic adventure now. Everyone's least favorite kind of adventure. And there's Mists of the Realm. It's Mists of the Realm guy. I don't know if you get a name later. Maybe you do. Oh. You have lost sight of Y'shtola. I misunderstood the assignment. Y'shtola doesn't know how to use a door. Apparently. Oh, not to worry. I had plenty of reading to keep me occupied while you were busy. They have a unique line for if that happens, apparently. I missed so much unique dialogue. Time to do a new game plus of Endwalker. Just kidding. Oh, I didn't... I didn't notice the giant glowing circle. I guess that's a common problem in this game, but usually they're orange and they kill you. But, you know. Same difference. Well. So, what did the forum decide? To put it bluntly, Master Matoya has burned some bridges here in Charlian and salted the earth for good measure. When it became clear that her student was the petitioner in question, well, no few members voiced their discontent. Then the chamber was reminded, in no uncertain terms I might add, of the incredible debt we owe to you and your companions. That served to silence the grumbles and stiffen a few spines, and it was agreed that allowing you entry to the archives was the least we could do in return. Porshino is embarrassed. Gasp. That is wonderful news. Thank you both for speaking on our behalf. Yes, well, as I'm sure you are aware, this permission was not extended lightly. Forbidden knowledge is to be treated with the utmost caution, and there will be repercussions if it is not. I wish you well in your endeavor and bid you good day. Ever the same, that one. Uncompromising? Aye, but that very stoicism is exactly what Charlian needed to guide it through not one but two exoduses. I mean, I guess. If I were but 5 years younger, I'd cast aside my lectern and join you on your adventures in a heartbeat. That went rather well, I think. As a child, I dreamed up any number of schemes for getting my hands on those forbidden tomes, and now I can simply walk in through the door. Our focus will be on finding Hastemir's research notes, of course, but the thought of so much knowledge at my disposal has me feeling a little giddy. I'd like to set out as soon as you're ready. Restricted reading? You'll be heading directly to the archives from here, I presume. You presume correctly? Then you'll want to speak with the index page when you arrive. It's been instructed to grant you access to the restricted section. Excellent. Once again, we thank you for all your help. Oh, it was my pleasure, believe me. May you find the knowledge you seek. Monteshane loves to make the forum mad, probably. Shall we? Y'shtola is now accompanying you again. Time for us to go do some crimes that we're allowed to do. It's still criminal. Hey Puddingly, what's up? Still the same? Gotcha. It's important to check up on Puddingly. This is like the one restricted library that isn't also a dungeon, presumably. Ah. Well, parts of us are furry, I guess. Think the set of instructions I laughingly imagined may actually exist, but yawns away from where you found me napping. If I had only known of Alzadal III's exploits sooner, I could well have saved myself days of research. Even a children's book might have pointed me in the right direction. If there's a children's book in the forbidden section of the library, that's extremely funny. To achieve the impossible, one must needs be flexible of mind and look beyond conventional wisdom. A lesson I had already learned, but clearly not taken to heart. I think the lesson here is that we need to do crime, but like, with permission. Is the forbidden section just this door here? It's really obviously there. Archon Y'shtola and guest identified. Do you wish to proceed into the restricted archives? Nod. Follow me if you would. Watch your step and please note that the use of naked flames is discouraged. Oh. Jazz of Forbidden Knowledge. What is this song? This is a pan like it's a dungeon. Is this the... This is like the Google music, but I don't think it's either of the Google...
If House Damir's notes are to be found anywhere, it will be here. Let us begin.
This is the motifs of Google, but I don't think it's actually one of the Google songs. This must be like a piano collections version of it or something. Forbidden Zone! I think the weather here should be like forbidden or illegal or something. Yeah, books! What's this one say? What's this one say? What's this one say? Today, in a world not my own, I met the most beautiful void-born creature. She was so unlike her ravenous brethren. Untitled goldsmiths. Oh no! This is the goldsmith who made all the void scent mammoths and whatnot. Eyes blazing not with hunger, trembling like a candle's flame, threatening to flicker out at any moment. I wonder if she is even the proper word. Such distinctions seem inconsequential, insignificant even. Yeah, goldsmith's in love with Voidson or whatever. You're tempted to read more. No, I'm not. This does not seem to be the volume that you're seeking. Why did I have to find that one first? Dang it. Anyway, what about this one? In the year 1564 of the 6th astral era, the Amalja summoned Ifrit, their patron god. Primal disquisitions. Accounts describe the being as a gigantic lizard-like being with a potent command of fire-aspected magics. If we consider that primal summoning is an act fueled by faith and prayer, it is unsurprising, if not expected, that the resulting deiform entity should manifest the appearance and powers with which it is attributed by its worshippers. What then might emerge from the ether should one who believes in an almighty omniscience attempt the same ritual? Would the scholar himself grace us with his presence? Some other embodiment of divine sagacity? Could this man-made god truly be all-knowing? And if it were, whence would such knowledge arise? I myself have many questions concerning the nature of the ancient world. With no spell to transport me back to the days of old, could I instead summon a being possessed of encyclopedic wisdom of every age? Yet with no means to verify its pronouncements, how could one be certain they were true? Though your mind spins with the possibilities discussed therein, this does not seem to be the volume that you're seeking. Yeah, that seems bad. Don't summon the knowledge primal. There's so many other forbidden books I'm not allowed to read, but given the first one that I found, maybe I don't want to. Maybe I don't want to learn about goldsmiths that are in love with Voidsun. Epiphanies of House Daimir. Well, that was only third time's the charm, I guess. The following pages detail an advanced method for manipulating rift-spanning apertures as devised by Nuhashan, the 9th patriarch of House Daimir. We present these research notes to the faculty of Charlian Studium as both a token of our friendship and an expression of our boundless admiration. You appear to have located the forbidden volume you seek. Y'shtola will need to make the final confirmation. Prime book. A forbidden research log detailing an advanced method for manipulating rift-spanning apertures as devised by Nuhashan, the 9th patriarch of House Daimir. That is what it said. I do kind of... well, I don't want to read the contents of the Goldsmith book. I do kind of appreciate that weird minion lore is not in here. That's kind of an interesting connection to have put in here. And an unexpected one. Though I definitely don't want to read it. Have something to show me, do you? My apologies. I flipped open but a single book and was completely absorbed by the contents. It sounds a little bit like a lie when I say I definitely don't want to read that, but I don't. Anyway, it's not a lie. The pillars are... The weirdest part about the pillar is that it gets wider as it goes up, which seems tremendously unstable. Well done, Sucro. I think you might have found our prize. Book.
Yes, the ether signature is unmistakable. I've felt the traces of House Damia's resonance many times at the Great Work.
That's how ether signatures work?
Time to see what all the fuss was about.
All you have to do is go up to the void portal and say, password. Alize was right this whole time. I guess, yeah, that's true. You could make them stable, but practical is another question. Ah, it's Atomos.
Among the ranks of the Void Sent, there exist entities with the power to call forth their brethren from beyond. The species known as Atomos, however, is uniquely prodigious in this regard.
All the text on the left side is actually readable and says what Y'shtola is saying. Which is a fascinating attention to detail. So I could read ahead if I knew Eorzean better.
From its distended maw, it can expel an endless procession of void-born creatures. A talent which sorely tested the Radiant Host in its battles against these abominations.
Ah, plot acceleration. I see. Yep, that's
Surmising
Atomos.
that the entity itself was acting as a void gate, we endeavored to capture a small specimen and subsequently examine its physiological structure.
I think I have this minion.
Our findings revealed that the Atomos had absorbed a planar fissure into its own flesh, which it could expand at will into a functioning gate. Upon further analysis, we identified an ethereal wave pattern emitted during this process. A pattern we were able to emulate by passing crystal-stored ether through a specially designed prism.
Ethereal wave patterns are the same as, like, sound wave patterns, apparently, and other such things. I guess that makes sense. So, identified a wave pattern during the process of manipulating the gate, which you could emulate.
We proceeded to embed said prism into an arcane simulacrum, thus completing what we have dubbed our artificial Atomos.
I guess so. That seems remarkably straightforward, all things considered.
I've been so blind to the possibilities. This species, not to mention its ability to summon Void Scent, has been discussed among academics for years now. Just before the advent of the 7th Umbral Calamity, we received reports of Atomos sightings from every corner of Eorzea. Surely you've at least heard the tales.
I've seen one. 3 even. Depending on which alliance I'm in. I have to fight one of them.
And still, House Damia went and built a mock Atomos of their very own. I'm not surprised the Archons consigned their work to a restricted archive.
Golbez, who's that? Never heard of him.
It was no easy task, but at last we've unearthed the volume we've been searching for.
We're not allowed to check these out of the library, are we? Nod. I guess you're doing it anyway, because you put it in your pocket.
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to stay longer. See what other forbidden titles might be lurking on these shelves.
There's 3 separate Atomos fights? I just remember the one where the alliances have to split up and fight some.
Ah, but that would be abusing the very special privilege we've been granted now, wouldn't it? Better not.
I'm remembering the one in the World of Darkness. Or is it Labyrinth of the... Oh wait, yeah, there's... Right, the Labyrinth is also Atomos. And there's one in Mach? I forget how you say that. Mach? Nod. We can't read too many of the crime books. But we can take one of them with us, apparently. Most of those bookshelves were full, so what do they do if they get more crime books? Eorzea has been added to the Codex. The Seventh Umbral Calamity has been added to the Codex. As much as I would love to start crafting the Atomos, I'm afraid this is far outside my field of expertise. Fortunately, we know a Hanish alchemist who would be delighted to involve herself in our House Daimir project. Our business here is concluded for the moment. Please pass on our regards to the Forum. Your message will be conveyed. Should you wish to indulge in more forbidden literature, I will be here. Patron mode disabled. Security mode engaged. If anyone can help us, Nadana can. I say we return to Thavnair and look for her at the Great Work. Congratulations on locating the object of your search. Please move along. But I wanted to look at the more crime book. I don't actually know if I have that minion. Can I like sort by name? Or I can search. I do have that one. Let all know that a new threat to the peace has emerged. I'm going through Aetheryte tickets so quickly. I can only get 60 of those a week. Or so. Hey Nandana, want to do some crime that's allowed? I keep calling it crime, but we got permission. All these sallow, sleep-deprived faces, but their eyes still burn with fiery zeal. Some things never change. Ishtola tells me you are pursuing a most fascinating study, and that you want me to be a part of it. Nod. I have no doubt you'll be interested. This research log should speak for itself. Will it now? By the sisters, this is the mark of House Daimir. I never even knew such a work existed. You should. It was sequestered in Numenon's restricted archives, after all. It was? But that means every word within is forbidden knowledge. A forbidden tome filled with forbidden research, and you put it right into my unsuspecting hand? I can hardly wait to read it. Well. Laughter, awkward. To think that Daimir were developing such marvelous techniques so long ago. How many innovations have been lost over the centuries, I wonder. Now that you've glanced over the notes, what say you to helping us build a new mock Atomos? I need to remember Atomos because that's apparently how you say it, according to Y'shtola. I keep wanting to say any other way of saying it. I say yes, 1,000 times yes. Work on a Daimir project that had even the redoubtable scholars of Charlatan trembling in their sandals? No alchemist of the Great Work could resist. You are a woman after my own heart. I suppose I should ask, what do you mean to do with this big-mouthed simulacrum once we've built it? We're gonna go to the Void. So there's a secret Void Gate, and it's sealed in the ruins at the bottom of the Bounty. Today's a day of revelations indeed. If the purpose of our man-made Atomos is to expand this hidden portal, then I will need to see it for myself, I think. Manipulating rift-spanning apertures is not the sort of thing you want to attempt without first taking into account every single factor. Then by all means, accompany us to the vault. I plan to lead us back there shortly, once we've finished gathering the components I require. Questioning head tilt? Charlene's markets provided the raw aquamarine and pure water crystals. but I might need help obtaining a small quantity of astrally infused water. For such a liquid, you need go no further than the font of Maya. The ascetics of old once favored the place for their meditations, and the water which pools there now is known to enliven the flow of ether. That sounds perfect. If you would be so kind as to fill a flask at the pool, I will petition Vritra to join us. The idea I have in mind won't amount to much without his authority to command the Void Gate. Shall we be about it, then? We meet back here anon. Nod. And yeah, I remember Nidana's hype for science. Ah, there's no greater joy than having a new puzzle to ponder. Whoop. I just wanted to drive through something for some reason. Actually, before we continue, I think I might want to do another one of these. I don't know how much is left, so this might be silly, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Which means I might as well have the funny ghost thing happen again. Congratulations to those who won, and condolences to those who did not. It was this. It is also, unrelatedly, 30 minutes until Super Mario RPG Remake is out. I could be irresponsible and switch to streaming that and do like midnight release stream for several hours. It is tempting. Anyway. Oh, the funny pool where sad things happen. Yay! Astrally dense pocket. We did it! It is actually tempting to stream Mario RPG as soon as possible, but I don't know if that's wise. It might be unwise. I don't know how much of it I would play at once, either. Exactly. Not unlike the forbidden knowledge that we're dealing with right now. Estinian is here! Yay! Harkon Yastola requested that I join you, but of her plans she offered scant detail. The boy Merad was glad to hear the news of the Foundation. It means a new life for him and his sister. Oh, I forgot to mention, the Font of Maya attracts aggressive wildlife, and you should watch out for them when, you go there next time. My apologies. Do you have that flask for me? A flask filled with astrally infused water scooped from a strangely specific point in the depths of the Font of Maya. It wasn't the depths, it was at, like, the edge. But, you know, whatever. Yes, this should suffice. Thank you, Sucro. Void Theory. Look who I came across. Estinian seemed in need of diversion, and we in turn may have need of his lance. Right then, now that our little party is assembled, let us make our way to the ruins. Will we have need of Matsu's boat again? Not this time. Once Yastola informed me of our destination, I arranged for a vessel to be made ready at Akyali. Your Excellency is ever the gracious host. Shall we? I can just fly there. Oop. I still think the very square Fate arena over there is kind of funny. Any crabs are on the beach today. That is where crabs often are. I don't know why I said that. Onto the boat, if you please. We can chat on the way there. 'Tis likely not needed with Vritra along, but I held onto the map against the chance we might return to the ruins. And all this time I thought the tales of Alzadal's horde were no more than drunken sailors' fancies. You need not keep your weapons close at hand. The Guardians will not attack if I am present, so I pray you leave them be. The ship is yours to command. Our thanks. We set sail at once. Oh, this is so exciting, Alzadal's legacy, to see the truth of a legend with mine own eyes. All aboard for the treasure vault. Which we just are now casually acknowledged is there. Are now casually acknowledging is there. Anyway, back in the ominous chamber. He laid waste to them ere I could utter a single word. I thought we cleared this place of constructs the last time we came through. Would seem a few stragglers remained. Estinian. Poor Vritra, he really should have spoken with Estinian before we left. I shudder to think what we've cost them in terms of construct materials. Estinian! Dang it, Estinian. Well, this music doesn't bode well.
The ruins alone were impressive enough, but I never dreamed such a treasure lay hidden in the depths of the bounty. It may have been helpful to know this device existed, Your Excellency.
My apologies. The gate was a secret I shared with none but my closest advisors. I feared for what might happen should those with ill intentions learn of its existence.
What is it you're doing now?
There is something I wish to verify. The NOAA reports claim that a short stint into the void carries little risk of etheric imbalance. Should one suffer an injury, however, or if one's expedition drags on longer than intended, that risk becomes significantly greater. Gra has theorized that a warding scale would confer protection from the void's corrupting influence. But I would prefer to test that hypothesis before we set foot in the 13th ourselves.
So, this is an experiment of sorts?
Yes, an experiment. Tell me, how would you go about testing the efficacy of the warding scale?
Might as well go myself. Say nothing and look meaningfully at Estinian. Maybe send a familiar? I mean, I might as well go. I don't know.
And how would you do that? The gate is still too small for any of us to pass through.
I'm a cat.
Estinian is correct, which is why I've elected to send a familiar in our stead.
I think you could crawl through there. Probably.
Now, a lowly imp can navigate a fissure, no matter how narrow. Which means an arcane entity of similar stature should be able to manage the same.
Oh, I think I know where this is going. I think I know vaguely of this.
I hadn't wanted it to come to this, but no other familiars will do, I'm afraid.
And now a famous scene, probably.
I mislike the sound of that. What manner of fiend does she mean to summon?
Something I've absorbed through just...
From ocean rise and cloudbank form. From mountain spring and rainfall storm. From river flow and life be born.
Now Y'shtola has to do something very silly.
Water, water, froth and foam!
I vaguely knew of this. Blink.
Ready your arms. I fear she's been possessed.
Estinian.
Oh, come now. That was adorable.
Varshan is lost at a loss for words. Y'shtola hates this.
Though not my first choice. These familiars I conceived of as a child have the best chance of fitting through the gate. I only wish my younger self had considered a more dignified ending to the creation ritual. In any case, these two should serve as well.
Matoya's relict music. She makes the sound effect of water frothing and foaming and laughing in the Japanese. That's funny.
This one will bear a warding scale.
It's the Fire Emblem, again. Just put it right in there.
And when they return from the 13th, we can observe how the talisman, or absence thereof, has affected the progress of the Void's corruption.
I mean, they are made of water, so you can just put something right in the bubble, I guess. Yeah, I do remember the familiar from this dungeon, from that dungeon. And that is a funny detail. You can make up your own incantations, but you have to keep it.
If I could impose upon you to open the gate. Your Excellency?
Ah, yes, of course.
We should also be wary of void scent slipping through while we conduct our experiment. Estinian, you are to keep Nidana safe from harm.
As you say.
You had best be on your guard as well.
Yeah, I do remember that part of duty support. Everyone is so surprised by this. Sucre would know about that. Froth and foam. I always am. Don't worry. I get it.
And we are glad for it.
I think Y'shtola gets mad at you if you say the second one. There's so many opportunities to make Y'shtola mad at you. But I will take none of them, if I can. The Luigi death glare.
Into the void.
That is an extremely Y'shtola type of expression, so that's fair. They're having so much fun. One of them is going to become hell in like 2 seconds. Well, I struggle to picture Y'shtola as a little girl. Easier to believe she sprang fully formed from Master Batoya's cauldrons. We need to wait for a time to ensure a meaningful result. Be patient and keep watch for any intruders. Sister, save me. I will never see Y'shtola the same way again. Froth and foam indeed. Oh god. Some people do that anyway. Every time I come here, it reminds me of that dark portal above the Crystal Tower, and of the final lash of Asdaja's tail as she plunged into the void. Ashdaya, that's how that's said. Forgot for a second. Well. So hyped for science. Excited for science.
I think we've waited long enough. Nixies, return to my side.
If they can hear you. Well, that's not great. Well, that answers a question or two, probably.
Thank you, little one. You did well.
Oh, the poor thing. Its essence has been irrevocably warped.
Well, that's bad.
We're out of time. I must reseal the void gate.
They're coming through!
In the name
name of Alzadal III, I bar this door unto the void.
Well, that was a sharp lesson in the dangers of void gates.
I guess so,
What
yeah.
of our experiment? I'd say the results speak for themselves.
The unprotected Nixie has suffered extensive etheric corruption. As Nidana observed, it's well on its way to becoming a void scent. The one merged with the talisman, however, appears unaffected. I sense no changes to its equilibrium. Rest now, little ones.
Graha's theory was correct, then.
So it would seem. But while our second familiar was untouched by void energies, the talisman itself shows signs of degradation. It was, of course, originally designed to shield the soul from primal tempering. It stands to reason that etheric corruption of a different sort would affect it differently.
That makes sense.
We may need to modify the warding scale's design to account for the 13th's uniquely unstable ether.
You've said much of the Void's instability, but my imagination fails me. What manner of place is this broken world?
Ah, my apologies. I forget that not all of us spend our days sequestered in dusty archives. The 13th is a reflection of the source that was drowned in a flood of darkness.
World of Darkness music.
In Emmett Selk's own words, this tragedy was a result of the Ascians' attempts to force a rejoining. They erred in their haste, and made of that world a useless void. You remember Una Kalhai?
They said Una Kalhai out loud.
Troubles with the Warring Triad. He explained the fate of the 13th thus.
I assume this is different if you haven't done Warring Triad. Also, Una Kalhai. I was saying it slightly wrong. I was saying Unukalhai. But how was I to know? Una Kalhai.
The champions of that ill-fated world used the stone known as Auracite to contain the power of primals. But those self-same heroes were gradually corrupted by the Auracite's bleeding energies, transforming into fiends with an endless hunger for ether. By the time anyone thought to oppose them, Light's strength had grown too feeble, and the balance of the 13th tipped into eternal darkness.
Yeah, it's always about Auracite these days.
It was Elidibus, as I recall, who rescued Una Kalhai's spirit from his final battlefield. But I wonder if there were others whom the emissary saved from oblivion.
The barmaid at the Wandering Stairs, Ardbert's companion, the elven swordswoman. Is this different if you haven't done all of those? Huh. Like, this takes a fair bit of effort to get. Actually, I do know someone. One of the companions of Ardbert.
Silva, the adventurer who traveled with the Warriors of Light. And you say she was another of Elidibus's pawns?
Nod.
I see. So Ciela, or rather Silva, was beguiled by the same dreams of heroism as Unakalhai. And what of your own experience? Will you tell us of what you observed during Noah's expedition?
He was really purple. Nero also became purple, as I mentioned earlier. Almost.
I can picture it now. The sunless, Stygian expanse, infested with legions of ether-starved monstrosities. A void in every sense of the word.
Except for the part where there was actual stuff in it. Like, even if it was stuff of darkness, it was still there.
What you have described in such lurid detail is exactly why I hesitate to encourage you.
Worry not, great Vritra. Our journey into the 13th is but the first leg of a longer voyage.
That sounds like something to worry about.
A voyage that shall lead us to other reflections, to new mysteries and discoveries. And I mean to be there every step of the way.
Stola is very confident that the riders will never kill her.
But first I must focus on refining the warding talisman.
It will take me at least one entire expansion.
Then
Maybe.
I can begin work on constructing an artificial Atomos.
Yeah, they'll probably figure this stuff out sooner than that.
Or I could if I had the relevant manuals to hand. Might I be so bold as to request access to the Satrap's family archives? Your Excellency?
Oh, yes. That can be arranged. I will speak to my officials upon our return.
We will see you back in the city then.
Yeah. Vritra is having a time. Estinian can tell. Seeing the Void's terrors firsthand was an experience, but I doubt fear of such creatures is at the root of Vritra's hesitation. Once Nidana succeeds in replicating the mock Atomos, his door into the 13th will be ours to open. Will you be crossing the threshold alongside us? I realize this is more my endeavor than yours. To be honest, I have no interest in visiting the Void myself. Might we discuss this later? There is something I must do first. Why does everyone insist on being so secretive? I at least had good reason for not wanting to explain my Nixie ritual. Shall we proceed with our other preparations then? As we saw, the warding scale can be effective at protecting the bearer from other sources of etheric corruption. Nevertheless, the talisman's durability will need to be improved if it is to withstand the Void's influence for a prolonged length of time. I think that is a problem we can address without involving the brilliant but busy alchemists who created it. Who do we know who excels at this kind of structural augmentation? Garland Ironworks. The Allegans, I'm not sure. Well, the Ironworks does all sorts of stuff. An excellent suggestion. As I recall, Sid himself is no stranger to the Void and its volatile energies. With his experienced hand at the helm, I have every confidence that the Ironworks can strengthen the warding scale. Come, let us visit their operation in Ralger's Reach and commission their best and brightest. Nod. Sid gets to be relevant in the main story again. Unless he's not there. And it's just like Biggs, Wes, and or Jesse. Or Nero. I took a circuitous route. Perhaps this young man can locate Sid for us. Sucro, what brings you to the ironworks? We have a commission for you and your president, actually, assuming he's available. Master Sid? Certainly, I'll see if he has a moment free. Explaining on phone. Sid is here. A pleasure as always. I hear you have a job for us? Yep. Heading into the void to find a lost dragon. That sounds almost pedestrian compared to your last adventure. Honestly, I don't know if you could say anything that would surprise me after Meteon and that bloody mess. Smile. Alright, let's take a look at this talisman of yours. You said there were signs of degradation. Here's the fire emblem. Seems some manner of corrosion is set in around a scratch on its surface, much as the void's corruption seeped into Nero through his wounds. In which case, our best bet may be to simply prevent the scale from being damaged in the first place. And how might we achieve that? We have a coating agent for strengthening trinkets and the like, but I'd be wary of applying any compound which might upset the scale's delicate alchemical balance. Far safer to dress it in armor. Questioning head tilt. We'll construct a protective casing, one utilizing metal alloys with high ethereal conductivity, so as not to impede the talisman's primary function. A suit of armor, as you said. Nero has compiled data on the 13th, so I'll have him pitch in with a design just to be sure. We'll put it in a rubber casing and attach a wristband. Like a Wii remote. If only it weren't such an ordeal to convince him to follow our safety protocols. I swear, I've never had such a reckless employee. In any case, we may need some time to untangle the particulars. Understandable. We know how busy your schedule is, and the final result will doubtless be worth the wait. The hard part will be ducking Jessie and her constant barrage of demands while we sneak about doing the fun stuff. We'll see what we can do. Nod. Here I go. I think we can leave the rest in Sid's capable hands. Let's return to the great work and see how Nidana is getting on with the mock Atamos. Atamos. I will never say that correctly now. Atamos, that was it. That's a good way to remember it, maybe. It is a very teleporty section. The insatiable curiosity of our alchemists has ever amazed me, though I've largely left them to their own devices since we opened the gate together. I hope Nidana has good news for us.
Hey, Stola. The adjustments are going well, I hope?
'Tis a lengthy process, but the end is in sight, yes.
That's wonderful news. I myself had some good fortune searching through the Satrap's private records. What I found was a transaction log dated around the same period as when Alzadal's legacy was built. It included a purchase list of highly exclusive alchemical components, and I knew I'd discovered the key to making the artificial Atomos.
Okay, you said Atomos. So we're going to not be consistent about this, understood?
I then visited the High Crucible to commission the materials. After I'd explained my requirements, I was beset by volunteers insisting I allow them to help with the entire project.
The usual reaction to someone forcing open a void gate is to run for the hills. Harnish academics certainly are a different breed.
They love science and crime.
The alchemists of old were cut from a similar cloth. The unknown held no fear for them. Indeed, they were ever eager to seek new knowledge, regardless of the danger.
This seems to be a running theme that we're dealing with recently. Not only is there a lot of, like, Auracite, there's also a lot of, I love knowledge, oh no, happening.
And were you not also fearless, heedless even, in your determination?
My sire entered his dormancy before I was hatched. And so it was Ashdaya who kept my eggs safe and warm. It created a bond between us. Even long after I learned to fend for myself, I rarely strayed from her side. She was my guardian, my sister, my dear companion. And not a single day passes that I do not mourn her absence.
Yeah.
No matter how deep the darkness, I would not surrender my search. I promised myself the time would come when we would once more take to the skies together. But I am satrap now.
The Radiant Host is here to serve, Your Excellency.
Sucre was about to do something.
Nabdeen.
Or say something, maybe.
What is this about?
Sir Estinian told us of your predicament.
Oh, that's what Estinian went to do. I think this particular shot is maybe a good angle of what people were talking about with, like, Nabdeen's face and the lighting being a little bit odd with how it was structured. So we're seeing more of Nabdeen now. From different angles and different lighting conditions. We're seeing how pointy his face is, I guess.
For centuries, you have protected Rads at Han, never showing your true self, hiding behind a curtain and living only in service to the people.
Yeah, he is extremely cheekbones. That's true.
Your dedication meant more to us than your deceit, and so did we accept you as our rightful ruler. After all that you have sacrificed for this nation, did you imagine we would begrudge you your heart's desire?
We survived the final days. We are a strong and proud people. We, the Radiant Host, will keep Thavnair safe in your absence.
Group nod.
I am grateful for your loyalty and for your encouragement. And yet...
Now you listen to me, Varshan.
You are wearing that face, after all. As I have told you before, you are a little brother to us all.
Imagine scolding the president.
And if you are family, then so too is your sister. We are there for you if you need us. But do not ask us to sit by and watch while you abandon a sibling you have ached to rescue for millennia.
Yeah, this is good.
We will succeed in opening the way. It is only a matter of time. All you need do is prepare to step through to the other side.
Yeah.
Your Excellency, I wanted to thank you for building the orphanage. It means so much that my sister and I will have a place to be together, safe and happy. And I hope that you and your sister can be together again too.
Estinian really just told everybody. Jumping from place to place, no doubt. Nod. To protect them well, you must take heart, or will you wallow in uncertainty forever? To protect them, you gotta take heart, I guess. I don't know how Sucro would say that in a different way.
Take heart and protect them well.
Oh, that was a quote from somewhere, huh? Probably.
Such were the words I
Oh,
once said
yeah.
to you. And here I stand, failing to live up to them.
I forgot you said that.
If
Sucro would
my
say it in
heart
the
is
same way
torn,
then.
I am fit to protect neither Ajdaya nor Radzatan.
Nod.
My people, I have come to a decision. Vashan will depart Thavnir for a time. My dragon self will remain in the palace, but only to conduct the satrap's most essential duties. While I am focused on controlling this vessel, there may be matters that escape my attention. I rely on you, my trusted friends, to watch over one another until I return.
Group acknowledgement.
Take care and fair fortune, little brother. Many tears would be shed should you come to harm.
Nod.
I would not dare make you cry.
Okay, I don't have that many people to talk to. What? Someone needed to... What? Someone needed to give that boy a good talking to? You don't suppose I'll be reprimanded, do you? I did just yell at the satrap. Convincing others to follow their hearts is not my forte. I would have gladly let our more philosophical comrades take the lead had they been here. I will not squander this chance you have given me. I will find Ajdaya. It's good to see you safe. Let me know if you have any questions and I'll gladly answer. You're the who are you and what do you do here person. We'll have that Atomos built before you know it. When a project like this comes along, we give it our full and undivided attention. Sleep? Ha! Who needs it? Oh, that reminds me. I really should finish that other project I was working on for His Excellency. You surprise me, Estinian. For a lone wolf, you've shown an unusual degree of, shall we say, involvement in helping Reacher reach this conclusion. It was for the greater good. The worm's thundering sighs were keeping his citizens awake at night, and had travelers believing the palace racked by some unnatural storm. And yeah, what other project, Nadana? Varsha. What of your own answer, then? You seem disinclined to venture into the void. When I was one with Nidhogg, his vengeful thoughts were my thoughts, his endless rage my rage, and the soul-chilling grief he nursed for Ratatosker's death. I would not wish such agony upon a foe, let alone a friend and ally. If there is a chance we can spare Vritra that pain, then I will follow you. An unusual crew we have here. Any other former Scions we should call on? Just the four of us? Any other, former Scions you think we should ask about this? I'd rather not bother our comrades with aught less than a dire threat to the star. We four should be sufficient for our purpose. Now on to specifics. Unlike the first, where the flood of light was halted before its devastation was complete, the 13th has been utterly subsumed by darkness. My plan as such is to explore the void in stages, withdrawing to safety after each brief foray. It would be more convenient had we some manner of base camp nearer to the gate itself. One of the palace chambers should serve. Come, let us reconvene outside Megaduta. That is true that Ratatosker is a squirrel, I guess. I didn't think about that. That's right, it's time for more teleporting. Super Mario RPG Remake has been out for 10 minutes. This is giving me the distinct impression that 6.x patches might be longer than other .x patches were. I was put up in a guest room in the palace while I awaited my audience with Vritra. I expect we'll be given the use of something similar. Conducting our expedition out of the Rising Stones would raise just as many questions as recruiting too many scions. At least here in Razat Han, we might be expected to appear road-weary from our local explorations. I guess I did not talk to accommodating official before this. And so we will require suitable accommodations. Might we make something available for our guests? All the chambers are presently hosting the great mounds of treasure we carried out of the vault. Once the Foundation's activities begin in earnest, however, we can redistribute the trove and make a room or two ready for habitation. Good. Please inform me when you've completed the arrangements. We have too much treasure. There's no room for sleeping. As you heard, we will have you settled in Megaduta in due time. As ever, you are most gracious, Your Excellency. You risk yourselves to aid me in my search for Ashdaya. Providing comfortable quarters is the least I can do. I only wish we knew more about our destination. The gods only know how long our explorations might possibly take, or what our chances of success might possibly be. Succeed or fail, I am grateful to you for convincing me to make the attempt. Nod. On that note, I will return to the great work and lend what help I can to Nidana. If you've preparations to make ere we venture into the 13th, now is the time. Nod. Nod while saying something. All I need is my armor and my lance. Perhaps I'll train with the Radiant host to pass the time before we depart. You know what this means to me, Sucro, but my purpose need not consume you as well. We are headed to another world. Find what joy you can in the experience. For you are a traveler, an adventurer at heart. This I know. Smirk. Okay, this is probably the end of 6.1 MSQ then. Still, it does seem like the 6.x patches might be a bit longer than other ones. Meanwhile, in the 13th. Golbez is practicing his cape swooshes. Or maybe not. Aha. Scythe. Reaper avatar. Hands. Weird face.
And thus I am returned. To this world, bereft of saviors.
The hands are creepy. We have... I assume it's Xenos' Reaper avatar, because I think I know who this is and what the deal is here. But I'd forgotten that we'd actually seen that specific one already. In Search of Ashdaya. Next on the MSQ is that. I don't remember most things, but like I kind of assumed to that what the second that cutscene happened in the opening of 6.1, I was like, I think I know who this is. And now I'm even more certain of it. Such are the things that you learn over... This has been out for like a year and more than a year. So, you know. Difficult to avoid stuff. It'll be wild when Dawn Trail releases and I know nothing. And I don't have any, like, spoilers. Yeah, osmosis. Unless I accidentally get spoiled while Dawn Trail is out at some point, which is easy because of the internet, but also I have methods in place that theoretically should make that more difficult. Anyway. Why can't I target you? Oh, I have enemy targeting. Next time on Final Fantasy XIV. Myths of the Realm. Next time on stream, though, Super Mario RPG Remake, which has been released for 16 minutes, but I probably should not switch to streaming that right now, right? That's probably not a good idea, right? Thinking emote. Yeah, I didn't. I think that'll be tomorrow, hopefully. If I can stream tomorrow. A Cali prediction. I mean, if you want, that button is yours to press if you have the crystals.
To the stars. They have no style. The gentleman inspector. With my alien.
Destroy!
Callie, you're not supposed to be telling me about the Endwalker Manderville quests. I know that he has no style and that there's an alien. I know there's an alien. I shouldn't, but I know. I know these things sometimes. Yeah, that's not gonna be for a while. What if we tried another Calico prediction just for funsies? Because I do like the redeem. I'm gonna do it myself.
To the stars. This is the culprit. Though you are my best friend. Pet a dog and pray.
Destroy!
I forgot I put pet a dog and pray, and I also forget why I did that. But it's good that it's there. This is the culprit. Sounds like it means it's a good idea for me to go to sleep, though. Because otherwise, I would be the culprit. It's still funny to me that that default female Mikote sleeping pose was the only version of the doze emote for them for a while, so the cat girls were unable to sleep properly for the longest amount of time before they added change pose to this emote. That's silly. Also, I've just noticed like the construction of this bed with its like columns and stuff. That's also a bit silly. And a very thin mattress. Anyway. This has been Final Fantasy XIV. Zucker will take a nap now. Next time on Final Fantasy XIV, Myths of the Realm. As stated. Next time on the stream, hopefully starting tomorrow, Super Mario RPG Remake. They remade one of my favorite games ever. It's very important to me. Wow. Thank you. To them, I guess. Thank you to all of you as well for being here and viewing stuff. If you're interested in various links for supporting me, they are available at the usual link that has all the links in it, and also below the stream. Subscribing and following would also be very helpful. Spreading the word would also be very helpful if you think someone else would enjoy watching the stream too. And it's also just very helpful that you're here. So thank you, everyone. I hope that you have a good rest of your day and or night, and I will see you at the next stream, I suppose. Good night.